There is no doubt that starting pitching has carried the Cards through the current torrid pace to the playoffs. Chris Carpenter started the series with another gem and laid the groundwork for Smoltz and Waino to follow. Will this be the formula that works through October? The magic number is dwindling. The fun is just starting to begin. Game 2 in Milwaukee with the Brewers is now.
Welcome to Toyota Cardinals Live.
After a devastating loss on Sunday, the Cards turn right around, won another first game of a series, 15th time in a row. That's a good way to make statements and win series. Cards look to win this one early. A win today means another series win, another road trip over 500. John Smoltz takes the ball tonight. Cardinals baseball coming up. Hello, everybody, and welcome inside our Fox Sports Midwest studios alongside former Cardinal hurler and currently a double knot wearing
right there
fashion plate,
double Windsor.
Cal Eldred.
Double
yeah,
Windsor.
Very nice. I'm Jim Hayes. This is Toyota Cardinals Live. Cal, pitching, starting pitching in particular, has been a real story for this team. Carpenter set the tone yesterday, and now it's up to Mr. Smoltz.
Well, and you know Smoltzy, he's looking to have not the start he had the last time, maybe the beginning of the game, but he knows that he's got to get into the middle innings, there in the 5th and 6th, and cruise through those and then hand it over to the bullpen. That's what he's looking to do tonight.
Let's head out to Miller Park in Milwaukee. That's where the always dapper Pat Paris is standing by. He's sitting with Mitchell Boggs, and Pat, Mitchell had a great start his last time out, didn't he?
He certainly did, Jim, and I'm going to ask him about that in just a minute. But I'm going to pick up where you guys left off and John Smoltz going tonight. It must be hard to believe that you've got a guy like John Smoltz, that resource now on this ball club, and I'm sure you're able to pick his brain a little bit.
Well, being from Georgia, I get asked a lot from friends and family back home, you know, how cool is that? It's more weird than anything to be on the same team with him, but he's an incredible teammate. And just coming in, you know, all the things he's accomplished, amazing track record, but he picked right up on me and was offering advice from day one to me, and that means a whole lot to me, and you know, that's something that I'll always remember because it's coming from a Hall of Fame guy who necessarily doesn't have to do it, but he takes the time to do it.
Right. Well, and Jim Hayes mentioned it. You came off easily your best start as a major leaguer last time out in Pittsburgh. 7 innings, just the 1 run allowed on 5 hits. It has to feel great to know that all the hard work you put in paid off in that situation. Really, the last 2 starts for you.
Yeah, I've had couple of good starts there right in a row, and it's just a process that I'm trying to work towards. Is being consistent and going out and gives a chance to win. But it was nice in Pittsburgh to go out and kind of do the things that we'd been talking about doing and to see it work. It's one thing to talk about it and that be the plan, but it's another thing to actually go out, put it to work, and it pay off, and it did in a big way, and I was happy to be a part of a win.
So then they pat you on the back and they say, nice job, Mitchell. Go find out what life's like in the bullpen as a major leaguer. So now you're out to the bullpen while John Smoltz stays in the rotation, looks like.
You know, there could be worse places they could send me. You know, I'm looking forward to the opportunity, and that's what I look at it as. You know, I'll go out there, and whenever they ask me to throw, I'll be ready and look forward to continuing to help us win ball games. But I look at it as a positive and look forward to the opportunity.
This has been a situation this season where you've been up and down, back and forth between Memphis. Now your former teammates in Memphis with the Redbirds getting set to open postseason play tomorrow, a short 5-game series with Albuquerque. They begin in Albuquerque. You're still talking to some of the guys down there. I'm sure they're excited about some postseason play of their own.
I talked to a couple of guys, and you know, they did a heck of a job down the stretch, played extremely well, ran down a team that had been in first place pretty much the whole year, and ran them down there at the end, and were able to clinch the division with a couple of games left. And you know, proud of those guys, proud of that coaching staff, because they all work extremely hard, and wish them the best of luck. I think they're going to be tough to handle.
So you miss out on the Memphis Redbirds playoffs, but you're more than likely going to see the St. Louis Cardinals playoff push. That's got to be a thrill to be involved in this team when it's going through such a memorable run, actually one of the more historic winning streaks in this club's history.
It's been absolutely incredible to be a part of. This team's playing extremely well, and you know, to be a part of it and have a little bit of a hand in it is something that's exciting for me and the other young guys on this team, and we look forward to continuing to play well down the stretch and hopefully you know, getting in the playoffs and doing some damage.
What has life in the big leagues for the first time, you know, in a continued stretch here been like? What's the biggest adjustment been for you?
You know, it's been really fun. It's something that I've enjoyed, and at the same time, you know, it's your job, and you take it very seriously. The biggest adjustment is just coming to the park every day, focused and ready to play, because we're trying to do something pretty special, and if you're not prepared, you're not giving yourself the best opportunity to do it. So we're all having a good time, and at the same time, we're trying to do our best and close this thing out.
Real quick, life in the bullpen means you got to be ready to go and get ready to go on short notice. Is that going to be an adjustment for you, being able to warm up quickly to be out on the mound?
None at all. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. You know, I'll be ready to go. It won't take me long, and I'll be ready to get in there and get some guys out.
All right. Good luck to you, Mitchell. Thanks for your time.
All right. Thanks for having me.
All right. Jim, we'll send it back to you.
Guys, thanks a lot. Pat, FYI, Cal brought in delicious burgers again today. This time you're on the road. This time you miss out. All right. Let's look at our Helitech hero, and why not Chris Carpenter. He was unbelievable yesterday, a one-hitter, 10 strikeouts, and he was making the Brewers look silly, Cal.
Silly. Some of the Brewers mentioned that he did have Nintendo stuff. But, you know, the one hit that he did give up, Jim, was actually a pretty darn good pitch, low and away to Garrett. He just slapped into the left field corner.
When he's effective like this, it looks like the ball is just dropping off the table. Prince Fielder swinging at stuff in the dirt. He's got no chance.
Well, the biggest thing is that what you're trying to do is you're trying to make everything look like a fastball. And he does that. Everything looks like the fastball, then it cuts in on the left-hander. Then he comes in with a two-seamer to the left-hander that cuts back to the middle of the plate for strike 3, and the curveball stays on that flat plane and down. That's exactly right, Jim. That's exactly what he's doing. Looks like a fastball and then moves away from where they think it's going to be.
Nasty, nasty, nasty. Let's take our first look at the Country Financial starting lineups. Julio Lugo in there. He's 2 for 3 against Parra with a home run. Albert Pujols, by the way, hitting .485 with 3 homers and 12 RBIs over his last 9 games. Ryan Ludwig, 6 for 18 against Parra with a couple of home runs. The Cards have somehow not had much success against Brewers starting Manny Parra. Our Casino Queen payout of the day looks at the differences between Parra against the Cardinals and the rest of baseball. And Cal, he has the Cardinals number, doesn't have anyone else's.
When I've seen him pitch against the Cardinals, though, he has had good stuff. Good changeup. The breaking ball he's been throwing for strikes. When he's ahead, he gets it out of the zone, and he's commanded his fastball. What he's doing against the rest of the league, obviously, is not the stuff he uses against the Cardinals.
It's not working elsewhere. As we head to break, a look at the Domino's countdown of first pitch. Order your Domino's now. When we come back on Cardinals Live, it's Mike Shannon's visit with Chris Carpenter. Stay tuned for that.
So, Dad, can I borrow the car?
Where are you going?
Just to the movies, please.
They grow up fast.
Thanks, Dad.
State Farm's Steer Clear program helps them learn safety. You get lower rates. When you're there, State Farm is there.
Where are you going?
Work.
Call Al Schweiss in Farmington or Tom Bond in Fenton for personal service and discounts that you deserve.
These days, you want to be sure you're getting the best car for your money. And guess what? Toyota has won more Best Car for the Money awards than any other car manufacturer. That's basically the equivalent of a giant blinking arrow saying, yeah, this is what you're looking for. Plus, right now, you can get great leases and easy financing on all your favorite Toyota models. Where can you find the best car for your money? Your Toyota dealer.
Make sure to get your phone at Marshall Wireless Sprint stores. Switch to the Marshall plan where free nights and weekends start at 7 p.m. when you upgrade to the Marshall plan. Looking for more details? Call 636-938-9000 or visit this location.
Unique training and continuous education opportunities allow you to take advantage of a changing and competitive job market. Integrity, value, flexibility. Join the Sheet Metal Workers Local 36. Better people make the difference.
Yeah, I certainly do.
What a rocket by Brad Boys!
Welcome back inside the Bud Light.
And in a shot on Mason made a save. It was hit by Oakey in the corner.
They certainly were, John. Thank you.
Oh, thank you!
I feel like I'm a part of something great, something that makes a difference in people's lives.
I've grown so much through FCA. I can't help but share the message with others.
FCA strengthened my faith tremendously.
Join us for a life-changing victory. For tickets, go to stlfca.org.
Cardinals Live is presented by your participating Gateway Toyota dealers. Toyota, quality that saves you money. And by Helitech. If your basement or crawl space leaks when it rains, heal your home with Helitech.
How about another look at the Domino's countdown to first pitch? It's closer, so it's a good time to order your Domino's now. It is time for Mike Shannon's daily appearance on the show. Today, Mike visits with Cardinals pitcher Chris Carpenter. Mike, his visit brought to you by the Painting and Decorating Foundation. Now it's you, Mike.
Thanks, Jim. A chance to talk it over with the Cardinal pitcher, the winning pitcher last night. I know you had a real good game plan, and you have game plans, but when you have your good stuff and you go out there and you execute like you did last night, what's that feel like?
It feels good. You know, that's what your goal is. Anytime you take the ball, you want to go out and execute, and when you're able to execute like you did like I did last night, you know, it makes you feel good.
Yeah, no, because the last couple of times out, you really had to, not that you struggled, but you just couldn't get your pitches where you wanted to get them when you wanted to get them there, and that's really tough, isn't it?
Yeah, look, when you're not commanding your fastball as well as you'd like, that makes it a little bit more difficult to go out there and execute. But, you know, you always try to find a way to get outs, and I was able to do that a few times earlier. Definitely last night, my fastball command was much better, which makes my other pitches that much better.
Which is more gratifying, when you know you have to really pitch and you just don't have the great stuff like you had last night?
They're all gratifying. Any way you can get a win, that's what it's all about. No matter if you go out there and you battle through 6 or 7 and give up some runs but get the win, or you go out and you have your good stuff and go out and execute like I did yesterday, they're all good.
And you know that there are going to be times when you have both, and you just have to go through it. And that's the value of being around as long as you've been around.
Yeah, you know, it's not what you do when you go out there with your really good stuff. It's what you do with the stuff the other times in between that, and that's what makes you win ball games. And you know, you're not going to have your great stuff every single time you go out there. You know that. You just go out there and you continue to try to execute and battle and pitch, and it's fun going out like I did yesterday when you have this stuff. But you know, most of the time that's not the case.
Was yesterday as good as you get?
It was good. There's no question about it. I still felt like there was a couple balls there that I could have done a little different things with, but you know, again, the win is a win, and that's what is exciting.
It's nice, though, when you got that fastball and you can work it here and you can work it there, because that's the name of this game, isn't it?
Yeah, you command your fastball is the key. When you can command your fastball on both sides of the plate, it's going to make it a tough day.
Well, nice going, and thanks for the visit.
All right, thank you.
Now it's back to you, Jimmy.
Guys, thanks. Now for the Stay in the Game hold of the day, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color. NL hold leaders, 2 from the NL Central in the top 3. And just as middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color.
It's gonna work. Why don't they go up? Let's go. Dad? It's time. You'd be a really nice catch for somebody. Please?
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can start something great.
For my girls.
Yes! I'm glad we did it.
Just for Men. Live forward.
Shelter Insurance has covered a lot of miles and a lot of cars and drivers since 1946. We like knowing we have you covered, so you can just sit back and enjoy the ride. Seek shelter today.
With big plans for large and difficult jobs and critical deadlines, the best union contractors call the laborers to get it done. The builders for the new Highway 64 project know the facts.
This project's been going great, and that's because of the St. Louis region's unionized workforce. The laborers and all the other trades have all played their part.
The finest trained, most productive, and safest workers are the union laborers of Eastern Missouri. Brought to you by Lesson. Go to buildunion.com, the foundation for success.
Now there's a place where college never ends. Fox College Sports, the network that brings you the most comprehensive college sports coverage anywhere, with unprecedented live event coverage, coaches shows, and news from the biggest and best of the NCAA. This is the network college sports fans always dreamed of. To get FCS, call 877-2GET-FCS or log on to foxcollegesports.com.
Parkinson's has given me something I'm truly grateful for. The chance to make a difference in the lives of millions of patients.
The Michael J. Fox Foundation does not just fund research, it funds results.
By finding the science that will lead to breakthrough treatments.
And speed progress toward a cure.
The Michael J. Fox Foundation
and Fox Sports ask you to join our team.
Because it takes a major league effort to strike out Parkinson's. Please go to michaeljfox.org.
Cardinals Live is brought to you by your participating Gateway Toyota dealers. Toyota, quality that saves you money. And by Taco Bell's new Volcano menu. It's seriously spicy. And by Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
Welcome back inside our Fox Sports Midwest studios in St. Louis. Time now for our daily 50 finest entry. The numbers continue to get smaller. Today it's number 14.
Leaps. He got it again. Unbelievable play from Edmonds. Down the left field line. Is it enough? Gone. Pujols. Left center. Is it going to go? Grand slam.
Number 14. McGuire closes in. In 1998, Mark McGuire was poised to break the single-season home run record, and he wanted to do it in front of the St. Louis fans. He made that a possibility when he pulled up next to Babe Ruth and Roger Maris during a homestand in September of 1998.
There goes number 61. Is it there? Yes! And McGuire is alone with Roger Maris.
McGuire was now sitting at 61 with one more game at home before a long road trip. For the rest of the story, you'll have to keep watching this countdown.
Big Mac's 1998 season, obviously a big part of this countdown. And Cal, that leads us to today's date, September 8th, 1998. It was a Tuesday night, and Mark McGuire made history. As we count down the 50 finest moments of the regular season during the Tony La Russa era, we have asked the fans to help vote. Here's a look at 3 of the moments that are being talked about the most. And let's do a quick Insta poll right now. Fans, text Cards A to 432-432 for Big Mac's number 62, which we're looking at now. Cards B for the 9th inning comeback in Cincinnati. And Card C for Fernando Tatis 2 grand slams. Cal, let's start with Big Mac's number 62. It was really a season-long celebration. That was a culmination. To me, that seems like a no-brainer. That's going to win this Insta poll.
I think you can see what's happening with the numbers, Jim. And
unless you really start talking up B and C, mister.
I loved B, don't get me wrong. I was on the disabled list sitting at home watching that game, but, you know, and I saw Mabry's homer, and the kids were jumping up and down, and I was trying to, but I didn't feel too good. But the 62, unbelievable.
All right, let's see if that comeback in Cincy can gain some steam. This was a team, again, you were on, but you were on the DL, but this is the kind of game where they came back, where it kind of defined what La Russa is all about. Never give up.
Well, and you see, if you're, as much as you're watching Jimmy hit a homer, we're scoring some runs here.
You're rooting from home.
I'm rooting from home. The biggest thing is a lot of the fans in Cincinnati went home. They thought this game was over with. And then the dirt farmer steps up right there, John Mabry, whacks one into center field.
And you're not moving the Insta poll at all. Try to sell Fernando Tatis.
I can't sell.
We're going there now. The novelty of Fernando Tatis' 2 grand slams in 1 inning, it's unbelievable. Yet only 10% of the vote. Cal, come on, let's make this a little closer.
I mean, people have to realize this just doesn't happen. This just doesn't happen, and it did this night. And Tatis, you know, maybe the fact that he's playing with the Mets again, this may have brought him back. But you know what? It is amazing the fact that 2 grand slams, 1 inning. Unbelievable.
Yeah, let's talk about that season with McGwire. I mean, as we mentioned, it wasn't just the one night. This was something in the making. It captured America's attention. Everyone was following this thing. I mean, it was really a remarkable time.
Well, I think you saw 2 things. You saw one thing simply with the fact that Mark McGwire hits the home run. You see a little fist pump by Sosa. You see Gracie at first base giving a little slap. You know, that's a fine line there. You know, is it what what's supposed
baseball
to
was
have,
celebrating. Come on now.
But what he did has been amazing, and that was the biggest.
And no one fainted at home place. Time for State
right.
Farm Insurance trivia question. Who hit the most home runs in a single season this decade? We'll have the answer when we come back with more of Cardinals Live.
Domino's new bread bowl pasta with a free chocolate lava crunch cake is big news. But who gets the credit? Our chefs or accountants?
We bake pasta in a warm seasoned bread bowl.
Well, we came up with a price starting at $5.99.
We put chocolate lava in a cake.
Did I mention we made it free?
Chocolate lava.
Wait, I got one. It's free.
In the cake.
And we made it free.
Stick that in your oven.
Domino's new bread bowl pasta with a free chocolate lava crunch cake. A culinary miracle, a mathematical phenomenon.
In a clutch situation, a manager loves to go to his ace. And when it comes to maintaining your home or business, you've always got an ace with a Union finishing contractor. For any residential, commercial, or industrial job, Union painters and drywall finishers take great pride in providing the highest quality and productivity, just what you expect from your ace. To find the right one, call the Painting and Decorating Foundation at 314-427-1114 or check out stlouispdf.org on the web.
StubHub! Great moments don't just happen here. They happen with you, in the crowd. Go to StubHub.com and buy the tickets you want, even if the event is sold out. Or sell your tickets on StubHub and share an experience that will live on. For that next great moment, go to StubHub.com. Our Fan Protect guarantee ensures your tickets are authentic and on time. Great moments start at StubHub.
Mizzou football is back at Faurot Field on September 12th with the Tigers taking on the Bowling Green Falcons. And thanks to your video provider, you can watch the game from your living room on pay-per-view for only $29.95. Don't miss a second of the action. Mizzou squares off against Bowling Green, and you'll only be able to see it on pay-per-view. Access the digital program guide or call your local video provider to order the game today. It's Missouri and Bowling Green on September 12th, only on pay-per-view.
Our State Farm trivia answer: who hit the most home runs in a single season this decade? How about Ryan Howard? 58, 2006. One more look at our Domino's countdown to first pitch. Good time to order your Domino's now. Our Centru Bank starters for tonight. It'll be John Smoltz facing Manny Parra. Smoltz got roughed up a little bit by the Brewers. Took an L last time out. He'll look to get revenge tonight. One more time out to Miller Park in Milwaukee. Pat Paris is standing by. And you're going to talk a little bit about the guy we now fondly know as Smoltzy, right, Pat?
Yeah, Smoltzy is right. John Smoltz making his 4th start as a St. Louis Cardinal tonight here against Milwaukee. You'll remember that his last start came against these same Brewers, but in St. Louis. So John Smoltz stays in the rotation for now, and he certainly has earned it. 1-1 with a 2.65 ERA. He did take the loss against the Brewers the last time out, as mentioned, and so he's got to use that vast pitching knowledge to make the adjustments, even if they're small, to face the same team in back-to-back starts.
I made one or two bad pitches in that last inning, but you know, when you're playing back-to-back teams, you have to find a way to either stick with your game plan or make tiny adjustments, because you know they're looking at the same thing you're looking at. So it's a cat and mouse game, and you know, fortunately, I felt like for the most part I was doing what I wanted to do, and I'll make a tiny adjustments hopefully and right the ship.
Kyle Oates did come off the disabled list back on Sunday, and he'll be back in the starting rotation coming up this Saturday against the Braves. Perhaps there's a silver lining of sorts to all these injuries during this season for Loesch.
Yeah, I'll definitely be the most rested with all the unfortunate
things that's happened this year, but you know, that's the only kind of positive I can look at. And you know, it's been frustrating having to sit and watch so many games with so many little, you know, nagging injuries. And you know, I've never had a season like that, so you know, mentally it's been tough sitting there and watching. But you know, it's made it easier when we win, and knowing that I'll be, you know, about 100 innings less than I normally have at this time of the year. It's going to hopefully help out going from here on out.
Bit of an injury problem for Colby Rasmus. He will miss the game tonight because that Achilles injury he had early in the season has kind of flared up again. And Tony La Russa says you'll likely not see him tomorrow with an off day Thursday, perhaps back in the lineup on Friday in St. Louis. And no injury for Ryan Franklin. Tony La Russa reiterated again, nothing wrong with Ryan Franklin, nothing that a little rest can't help him out with. And so you will not see him tonight and likely not see him tomorrow either. He'll get the off day, and perhaps he'll be closing again on Friday in St. Louis. So it'll be interesting to see how they use the bullpen at the end of tonight's game, guys.
Good job, Pat. Thanks a lot. Our Hardy's in the thick of its stat. The Cards' run is reaching amazing levels. I mean, 23-6 last 29 games, 29-9. They won a first game of a series 15 straight times. They have not lost ground to the Cubs for 32 consecutive days. Remarkable stuff, Cal.
You love it. 32 straight days of disappointment.
That's Cal. Thanks for watching the pregame edition of Toyota Cardinals Live. Danny Mac and Al standing by with the call. We leave you with one more look back at Chris Carpenter with music provided by the Trip Daddy.
Swing and a miss, and a breaking ball, a nasty one. As McGee is called out on strikes. Got him. Curveball, and see you later. He is sharp.
Tee off with Fox Sports Midwest at the Blues 14 Fun Golf Classic, September 22nd. Register for a celebrity foursome, buy dinner tickets, or arrange corporate sponsorship now at stlouisblues.com.
This is me. I'm at the corner of Bright Lights, Big City, Here I Come meets $2,000 for 800 square feet. It's just plain crazy. Maybe I should get a roommate. Wait, 2 roommates. Save a few bucks. I'm there.
Making big changes takes money. You can save hundreds with State Farm when you insure your car and the stuff in your apartment too. It's easy. Your agent will hook you up. Get a quote and start saving today.
Call Bobby Crossway Jr. or Glenn Eckert in St. Louis for personal service and discounts that you deserve.
These days, you want to be sure you're getting the best car for your money. And guess what? Toyota has won more Best Car for the Money awards than any other car manufacturer. That's basically the equivalent of a giant blinking arrow saying, yeah, this is what you're looking for. Plus, right now you can get great leases and easy financing on all your favorite Toyota models. Where can you find the best car for your money? Your Toyota dealer.
Centru Bank has a simple pledge to help people achieve financial peace of mind. So whether you're a business customer or a personal banking customer, Centru Bank is ready to work for you with programs tailored to your unique needs. Call, come by, or visit us online at centru.com. Centru Bank, large bank benefits, community bank service.
Centru Bank, we are centered on you.
Integrity, value, and flexibility. Our values for more than 120 years allow us to help grow the business and profitability of our signatory contractors. The Sheet Metal Workers Local 36 can do that for your business. Better people make the difference.
They stole his heart.
You can learn from heart.
Now,
keep your body electrically charged.
What doesn't kill him cranks him up. Jason Statham.
I thought you were dead.
Hey. Amy Smart. Crank 2 High Voltage. Go online at crank2.com to buy your copy now.
People choose 5-Hour Energy over 4 million times a week to help them through their busy lives. But the question is, what's in it? Everything in 5-Hour Energy is available in everyday food, like apples, avocados, grains, and nuts, or already in you. It does have as much caffeine as a cup of the leading premium coffee, but what 5-Hour Energy doesn't have is just as important. 0 sugar, 0 herbal stimulants, and only 4 calories. 5-Hour Energy was designed to help you feel the way you want to feel, bright and alert, not wired and jittery. You'll get hours of smooth energy without the crash or jitters. Still concerned? Try just half a bottle to start. In a few minutes, you'll be able to decide if you want more or not, or if 5-Hour Energy simply isn't for you. People choose 5-Hour Energy over 4 million times a week. It works for them. It might just work for you. Try it today.
Roof is open tonight here at Miller Park in Milwaukee. The St. Louis Cardinals and the Milwaukee Brewers play in game number 2 of their 3-game series. In game 1, Labor Day, afternoon baseball. The punch provided by Albert Pujols on the offensive side. That was a double that scored 2. The Cardinals would tack on another run late, and they would win it 3-0. But truly the story of the game, the pitching of Chris Carpenter. 1-hit shutout. He strikes out 10. Masterful. And now just 1 win behind the league leader, his teammate, Adam Wainwright. That's Al. I'm Dan. Welcome to Cardinals baseball. And what a performance, Al, yesterday from Chris Carpenter.
Oh, he was outstanding. He was dominant. He went out there and took charge, especially in a game where you really didn't have your closer, Ryan Franklin, available, and he's not available again here tonight. So it was important for Carpenter and Smoltz like tonight to go out there and go deep into the ball game.
Well, this is game 5 of a 6-game road trip for the Cardinals, and so far so good.
Well, you can see that 3-1 record. Albert Pujols, by the way, has gotten all 3 game-winning hits. They've hit well. They have not given up any home runs to the opponents. They pitch well on top of it, and that will have to continue here with John Smoltz. Last time out, the only hiccup he's had in his 3 starts for the Cardinals was he got roughed up a little bit by Casey McGee and the Brewers, and I'm sure he'll like to atone for that.
So it's John Smoltz, the righty, against the lefty Manny Parra for the Milwaukee Brewers, and Tony La Russa in his lineup tonight, primarily right-handed with the exception of his center fielder, and that's Rick Ankiel. When we come back, we'll show you those lineups and also have our first pitch of the ball game. Big crowd expected tonight, Milwaukee and St. Louis in game 2.
When people say, Mike, why Ford? Why now? You know what I do? I introduce them to the fuel-sipping Ford Fusion and Focus.
I don't know if you've heard, but this whole fuel efficiency thing, kind of a big deal. Ford has you covered.
Because Fusion gets an EPA estimated 34 miles per gallon, and Focus gets an impressive 35 miles per gallon.
How's that for going green?
Now get up to $1,500 cash back on a 2010 Fusion, or 0% financing plus $1,000 cash back. Visit your quality Ford dealers today and drive one.
So good. Wow.
Payday. Tax day. Introducing the quarter-pound Little Thick Burger. It's a thick burger, but little. New at Hardee's. What would happen if a thick burger jumped into a cold swimming pool? Shrinkage. Introducing the quarter-pound Little Thick Burger. It's a thick burger, but little. New at Hardee's.
For the ultimate all-star souvenir, don't miss the 2009 Cardinals All-Star Yearbook with a special salute to all the Cardinals who've starred in the Midsummer Classic. Pick it up at Busch Stadium, area bookstores, stlcardinals.com, or call 314-345-9303.
In 1977, an 8-year-old boy picked up the game of golf from his father. The odds of that same boy then making it to the US and European Pro Golf Tours? 1 in 7 million. The odds of the Big Easy winning the US Open twice? 1 in 1.2 billion. The odds of him having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 150. Ernie Els encourages you to learn the signs at autismspeaks.org.
Now there's a place where college never ends. Fox College Sports, the network that brings you the most comprehensive college sports coverage anywhere, with unprecedented live event coverage, coaches shows, and news from the biggest and best of the NCAA. This is the network college sports fans always dreamed of. To get FCS, call 877-2GET-FCS or log on to foxcollegesports.com. You're watching Fox Sports Midwest in HD.
Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser Select. Full flavor, 99 calories, the exception to the rule. By Steak and Shake, famous for steak burgers. By Auto Tire, for the lowest prices in town, we shop the competitors so you don't have to. And by Chevy, see your Mid-America Chevy dealers or shop and compare at stlchevy.com. Back at Miller Park, where the roof and the paneling is open. And as we saw yesterday, the ball was traveling quite well when the roof is open. We'll have day baseball again tomorrow afternoon as we wrap up this road trip, and then we'll return home after the off day on Thursday and a 9-game homestand for the St. Louis Cardinals. Tony La Russa, as I mentioned just moments ago, a right-handed hitting lineup with the exception of Rick Ankiel, Julio Lugo, Brendan Ryan, and Albert Pujols. Then Matt Holliday, Ryan Ludwig, and Mark DeRosa. Good to see him back in there. The catcher, Yadier Molina, Rick Ankiel, the center fielder, and the pitcher for the Cardinals, John Smoltz, who's hitting 143. Marshall Ryle, the starter, a lefty. His numbers aren't great this season, 10-10, ERA close to 7, but throw that out. Manny Parra, very good against St. Louis.
That's right, Dan. In his career, he's 2-1 with an ERA just over 3. This year, he's 2-1 with his ERA at 2.42 in 4 starts. He was really struggling earlier in the year. They sent him down to AAA. He's come back. He still has an ERA at 5.5, but he's 7-2 since his recall.
Tony La Russa with his club at 82-57, sitting comfortably atop the Central Division, an 11.5 game lead over Chicago. The defense behind Manny Parra tonight. Brewers defense presented by Auto Tire. Braun back in there after the off day yesterday. McGee, Hardy, Counsell, and Fielder along the infield. And it's Manny Parra and Mike Rivera, the battery for the Brewers tonight. And how about the job last night of Chris Carpenter? By the way, Chris Carpenter yesterday, the one hitter. Tonight, Tim Lincecum was scratched from his start with back spasms. And so it looks like even more so Carpenter's in that picture for the Cy Young Award.
Well, that's very interesting, and that could open the door for Carpenter and Wainwright to kind of gain some momentum and really take that top spot away from Lincecum.
This will be our Domino's first pitch of the game to Julio Lugo. Lugo is at second base tonight and hitting .306 with a couple of home runs and 7 RBIs wearing that Cardinal uniform. And the first pitch grounded up the middle for a base hit. Base hit for Lugo, and that's how we start play tonight.
Been a 300 hitter since coming to the Cardinals. And really, his numbers weren't that bad when he was with Boston, but they gave up on him awfully quickly. And he's been a little, we talk so much about Holliday and DeRosa, but Lugo's also been a shot in the arm.
And the Cardinals have talked about trying to neutralize left-handed starters and left-handed pitching. And they have done that with the addition of Lugo and Holliday and DeRosa. You know, you think about it, you had Duncan, you had Schumacher, and then you would have Thurston over third base a number of those games against lefties. So that's really changed up with now these righties that are in this lineup. Brendan Ryan, a couple of fine plays to help with that one hitter yesterday by Carpenter. In the second spot in the lineup, the shortstop for the Cardinals, hitting .289, a couple of home runs, and he's driven in 30 on the year.
Just look at this, if not going to sacrifice him here or something like that, but if he could shoot to the right side. And one of the things about Parra is his ability to get inside on the right-handed batters, neutralize them. He made his first major league start in '07 against the Cardinals. He had made a couple bullpen appearances, but for some reason he's always pitched very tough against the Redbirds.
Selected in the 26th round of the 2001 draft. The 2-0 pitch. The strike, says Larry Vanover. He's our home plate umpire. Sam Holbrook over at first, Jerry Davis at second, and the crew chief Dan Iasonia at third base. Now Al had lunch with a couple of the umpires today.
Well, I was sitting at the next table at one of downtown restaurants, and we were talking about Carpenter's dominance.
A swing and a miss, and Lugo, after the ball is dropped at second base, dives back into first. But one of the things that you were talking about with the umpires, and I talked to some of the players today about it was just how rough it was for those players to see because of the sunshine yesterday.
Yeah, it's very tough shadows during day games here, and the umpires are really talking about no coincidence that Ryan Braun, who's been very vocal about not liking the shadows and how tough it is, that he did not start yesterday. That night game, he's back out there, and we'll have the same conditions tomorrow with Wainwright on the mound.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. High chopper to McGee, and he'll fire to second, and they'll get the lead runner Lugo.
Not quite like the other day when they turned their 5th triple play in their franchise history at 5-4-3.
And here's Albert Pujols, who had 2 of the 3 RBIs yesterday for the Cardinals. Matt Holliday, the other, with a base hit to right. Pujols was a double to center. Closing in on 50 home runs. He's now at 120 in that RBI department. Went 3 for 4 yesterday. The Cardinals now boast a series record of 11-0-1 since July 27th. And they're 20 games above 500 since that date. Just a few days after the acquisition of Holliday, and they have won every first game of a series since Matt Holliday's been in St. Louis.
That is a great formula for winning. As Tony always talks about winning series. It sure makes it a lot easier when you win the first game.
Milwaukee in 3rd place in the Central, 14 games back, and they're 66-70. Does Albert have a chance still at the Triple Crown? That's one of the points of conversation amongst some of his teammates today.
It's going to be very difficult because the batting race seems like it's all very tough. You see Ramirez, Hanley Ramirez, 31 points ahead of Albert. But in the others, it's reasonable that he could pass Fielder in the RBIs, and he already has the home run lead.
You see he's hitting .459 those last 10 games, and Ramirez under .300. Also, in that stretch of the 10 games, Pujols has an RBI in every one of the games except the game that Manny Parra started back home at Busch Stadium a week ago.
You may get Albert one game, but to do it in back-to-back starts, I don't think so.
1-2 the count. 1 out runner at first base. No score, just underway. And a check on Brendan Ryan.
They're really setting up inside. As I said, the ability of Parra to get in on the right-handed batters is very key. And we all know that if you don't get inside there and get deep, you're looking at maybe a real quick 2-0 lead.
Little bigger lead at first this time by Brendan. And Pujols pops it up right side. Into shallow right field. Garrett, who had the only hit for Milwaukee yesterday, puts it away for the second out. We should mention it was a clean hit too.
Double down in the left field corner.
And here is Holliday. Manny Parra is 4-3 at home this year with an ERA that's close to 6. Right-handers hitting above .300 against him, and lefties at .297. Another check on Brendan Ryan over at first. Matt Holliday hitting .378 with the Cardinals. 11 home runs and 39 RBIs. 39 RBIs since July 24th.
So 41 games. 39 RBIs, combined 22 home runs and 93 RBIs.
There goes Brendan Ryan. He's picked off. Throw by Fielder. No. Doesn't even throw, and it's a steal for Brendan Ryan.
Well, there's a good, Lugo did get away with getting back to first base, but more times than not, if you're trapped off there, just run as hard as you can, slide into second base, and if you get into a rundown, they're usually going to execute it, and you're going to be out at this level. So just keep on running. And in this case, I don't know why Fielder didn't throw.
Me neither. I was trying to look and see if the second baseman was tardy, but throw it to the bag. Somebody should be there. And Holliday rips it just foul. A sweeping breaking ball, and he was out in front just a bit. No balls and 1 strike. A situation here where Lugo was picked off and they did not get him. Brendan Ryan picked off, couldn't get him. 1 ball, 1 strike. Those are the little things that will put you under 500, which is the case this year for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Well, and just, you know, you go back to the Sunday with their choreography, you know, their dance routine on the walk-off home run. You know, you look like as the manager, does he have control of this ball club?
There's some articles around baseball today, and various individuals asked about the celebration, and more times than not, the veterans of the game, guys that have been around a while, did not like it. Some of the younger players were okay with it, but in general, I don't think the feeling was that it was something that most people like to see.
I don't think anyone on the Cardinals team would try to do that and wait to see what the reaction is from Tony La Russa. I think they all know that there's no place on a Cardinal team for that kind of activity.
3 balls, 1 strike, and 2 outs. And that's outside. So first and second for the Cardinals here in the first. You would have to figure out that there were some guys that were involved with that probably didn't want to do it, but because it is a team thing, you know, they don't want to be on the outside looking in and then you know, have to answer to your teammates.
If you're a team leader, you could stop it.
Yeah,
that's the other side of it, and say, you know, guys, let's look where we are in the standings. We're 5 games under 500. We were expected to be one of the best teams in the Central Division. We are an underachieving team. If we want to break it out next year, when we have our swagger and we're leading the division, that's another thing. But this year, it doesn't work.
And Ludwig looks at a strike. Through injury, through different times not playing this year, Ryan Ludwig still with 87 RBIs.
20 home runs, 270 batting average.
I asked Ryan the other day, and we talked about it, you know, how much he goes back and forth and wiggles the bat and then tries to quiet down. He says sometimes, and you see him this season when the batter ahead of him has been walked, he said sometimes he doesn't even realize how much he's doing it, and it just becomes a comfort thing, but it also can cause dipping and slumps and not getting to the level where he wants to be.
Got to make sure, and it's sort of a timing mechanism, but you've got to make sure you get back to the trigger spot. A lot of guys will do a lot of things, but at your good hitters, at a certain point, they have to be ready, and those hands have to be steady. Like right now.
And pitch in the dirt. You know, you compare it though to Pujols, and there's different ways to do it. All players would tell you this, but the bottom line is you have to get your hands quiet eventually.
Exactly. And some people can do it without any kind of, you know, starting mechanism, and others just have to kind of do that as they're waiting, trying to get their balance.
And Ludwig pops one foul. It's been really a frustrating season this year for Milwaukee and their fan base. They lose CC Sabathia, no Ben Sheets. They don't really replace those two, and they were knocked out of the playoffs fairly early last year. And so coming back this season, they're going to draw over 3 million fans, second consecutive year to do that. And yet this team is underachieved, no doubt. Ludwig reaches for it, hits it out to left. Ryan Braun is there and puts it away for the out. Cardinals strand 2. John Smoltz to the mound when we come back.
How can a dinner party this last minute be this well done? And how can a beer this full-flavored be just 99 calories? Budweiser Select, the exception to the rule.
Whoa, welcome to Taco Bell.
$1.99? 2 half-pounders, please.
To be honest, Mr. Holyfield, even someone your size only needs one.
Yeah, but I'm taking my mama to lunch.
Just one and you're done. Taco Bell's new $1.99 half-pounders. Whoa, featuring the new Nacho Crunch Burrito. For just $1.99, you get double the seasoned beef and all the good stuff. Think outside the bun.
I'm Scott Mosby of the KMOX Home Improvement Show. I take a lot of calls regarding foundation problems. Homeowners want these problems fixed now, fixed right, and fixed by a firm that knows what they're doing. That's why I only recommend Helitech.
Heal your home with Helitech.
Hey, St. Louis, which one offers an EPA estimated 33 highway MPG? Toyota Camry, Honda Accord. Guess what? It's neither of these. It's this, Chevy Malibu. That's right, Malibu offers an EPA estimated 33 highway MPG, better than comparable Camry and Accord. And Malibu comes with the best coverage in America. Just look at those numbers. Then check out these numbers. Visit your Mid-America Chevy dealer today and check out the EPA estimated 33 miles per gallon highway 09 Malibu. Shop and compare at stlchevy.com.
How can a game this frustrating be this rewarding? And how can a beer this full-flavored be just 99 calories? Budweiser Select, the exception to the rule.
Fans still filing in a scoreless ball game here at Miller Park in Milwaukee, and glad you're with us tonight on Fox Sports Midwest. Brewers lineup, let's take a look. Corey Patterson, Craig Counsell, and Ryan Braun. Then Prince Fielder, Casey McGee, Jody Garrett, J.J. Hardy, Mike Rivera, and the pitcher Manny Parra. And they face 42-year-old John Smoltz. This will be his 12th start of the season, presented by Marshall Wireless.
Those are the combined numbers, and he's pitched obviously much better as a Cardinal with a 1-1 record, 2.65 ERA. Left-handed batter still giving him a trouble, but it's come down to a 384 average.
Corey Patterson, the hitter. First pitch is swung on and a foul tip and a strike. I think what's interesting is that John Smoltz, first time through the lineup, both with Boston and St. Louis combined, folks are only hitting .216 against him. And why I say it's interesting, because then if he goes to the bullpen, you need him for the 6th, 7th, maybe the 8th inning. That number stands out.
Oh, and most definitely, and that's one of the things. But he's going to stay in the rotation for a while, and I think it's still just to get arm strength and to kind of really get that competitive spirit back. And the interesting thing to you is he told you that he would like to go pitch in relief if that's what his ultimate role would be in postseason.
He said, I just don't know how my body will react until I do it.
Yeah, and I think that at least for the time being, he's going to stay in this rotation. And with the off days, there'll be really pitching. The 5 guys will stay in there and almost pitch like once every 6 days.
And a swing and a miss and a strikeout of Corey Patterson. Remember, Smoltz took a loss last week against Milwaukee. So what adjustments for this start against the Brewers?
Yeah, I made one or two bad pitches in that last inning, but you know, when you're playing back-to-back teams, you have to find a way to either stick with your game plan or make tiny adjustments, because you know they're looking at the same thing you're looking at. So it's a cat and mouse game, and you know, fortunately, I felt like for the most part I was doing what I wanted to do, and I'll make a tiny adjustments hopefully and right the ship.
Slider in that start was very good.
Well, I would bet that he would be able to make those simple adjustments, and one, he's going to pitch Casey McGee a little more, pay a little more attention to him. And really it wasn't so much that he didn't pay attention. It was he made a couple mistakes, and they just happened to be the same hitter, sacrifice fly and a 2-run home run.
2 balls and no strikes on Craig Counsell. Third baseman playing in for the Cardinals tonight. That's DeRosa. And Smoltz wants a new baseball. DeRosa saying on a pregame show yesterday that he had a cortisone shot a few days ago for that wrist, and he's also been dealing with a sore back and a sore neck.
Well, It's the hotel beds in Pittsburgh.
That's what he said.
They did him in twice.
How about him apologizing to the fans?
What a class act he is. I know we've always admired his ability as a baseball player, but getting to know him, he's a first-class individual, and apologizing yesterday just because you haven't seen the real Mark DeRosa.
A 3-1 pitch, pulled foul, now 3-2.
And I know you and I are hopeful that we'll see that in the future also.
I agree. And I do think that there's been such a good feeling about this team. You see the good numbers for Counsell, 9 for 19. That, not to say that all these guys are going to accept less to stay in St. Louis, but you get the feeling that you know, some of these guys are saying it might not get any better anywhere else, and we enjoy it here. Now, I just looked up in the Brewers bullpen. There is a right-hander that's throwing. I don't know if that's side work. Who knows?
Good question. See who it is.
That's Carlos Villanueva.
Villanueva. So that could be legitimate, where there could be a problem with Manny Parra. Counsell's at almost 500 against John Smoltz.
And Counsell, after he was ahead in the count, 3 balls and no strikes, will fly out to the right fielder, Ludwig. Well, John Smoltz has a defense behind him that reads like this. Auto tire defense, Holliday and Keel and Ludwig. DeRosa, Ryan, Lugo, and Pujols. And Smoltz and Molina, the battery tonight. John Smoltz has said in 8 years he'll be on the senior tour. And some in pro golf have said he will win on the senior tour. That's how good he is. Now, that's part of his baseball routine, too, Al. Got to play a little golf, too.
Well, we were kind of commenting that it's usually a no-no for, and it's the starting pitchers that kind of have more playing time, the golf circuit. But, you know, that most of the time, the day before you start, you don't get to play golf. But John Smoltz is a future Hall of Famer. And if he wants to play golf the day before, so be it.
If he wants to play this morning, he could have.
That's right.
0-2 the count here on Ryan Braun.
It'd be kind of hard for Tony La Russa or Dave Duncan to say, well, you know, we don't really think you should do that. You know, might break your routine. Well, that is his routine.
Right. There's a broken bat and a foul ball. That bat all the way back to the screen behind home plate. No balls and 2 strikes. Now, right-handed hitters, Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan have seen them only hit .222, whether it was with Boston or now with the Cardinals against John Smoltz. It was the lefties that were really giving him fits.
Right. It was .440 when he was with the Boston Red Sox. It's down to .384 prior to tonight. So that's even part of that equation in the first time through the order, because like in today's lineup, there's 5 left-handed batters when you count the pitcher spot.
And an 0-2 pitch to Braun. Drives it into deep right. Ludwig back. And that's off the wall, but he plays it perfectly and fires it back into second base. Nicely done by Ryan Ludwig to hold Braun to just a double.
It's big, spacious outfield. There's no way that he was going to be in position to catch the ball, but he tracks it down. Molina set up away. The little slider is more in the middle of the plate. And he gets real close to the wall, but he lucked out as the carom went off his glove, and then he barehanded it and fires it back in. So it's a double all the way, and with a quick exchange off the wall, he holds him to the double.
2-out double for Braun, and here's Fielder. Ludwig has shown he's had one of the better arms in right field that we've seen this year, as the Dodgers found out a couple of times. Throw at third at Dodger Stadium, you might remember, and also play at the plate with Manny Ramirez at games at Busch Stadium. Casey McGee on deck. Fielder, 123 driven in, and this season with runners in scoring position, 11 homers and 83 of those 123 driven in. Here's a 1-0 pitch. The first base is open.
Ray Burroughs wanted to know if you're going to go on the seniors tour, Dan.
No.
And I agree.
Thank you. 2 balls and no strikes. And Fielder hits it the opposite way. It's slicing and foul off the end of his bat. He may have cracked his bat there, and he did.
And the one thing about John Smoltz, he gave up the home run to Casey McGee, but in this lineup or on the roster for Milwaukee, he's only given up 2 home runs. The other is to Prince Fielder. So guys may have averages against them, but they're usually not much damage.
A 2-1 to Fielder. Long one into right. Ludwig back, looks up, and it's gone. 2-0 Milwaukee.
They have 3 home runs against him, 2 by Fielder. RBI total up to 125 for Prince. A 2-0 lead. And he's down and in right in the wheelhouse, and he makes you pay. We didn't see it in yesterday's ball game because of the dominance of the shadows, but we talk about how when the roof is open, the panels and the outfield are open, the ball really jumps and carries.
Casey McGee looks at a ball low and away. So home run number 38 for Fielder. RBIs 124 and 125. 2-0. So far that breaking ball, the slider of Smoltz, hasn't been as sharp.
No, it hasn't. And you know, early in the game we talk about how all these guys, you know, can take them a little bit of time to adjust to the mound, get settled in.
The 2-0 pitch. Hit to short. Up with it, Brendan Ryan. Low throw, and a nice pick by Pujols as Brendan just turns around. 2-0 after 1.
With the economy being the way that it is, we need all the help we can get.
Steak and Shake is great. You can afford it.
It totally fits the budget.
You don't have to worry about breaking bank.
The food's easy on the pocketbook.
But it's filling me up. I mean, look at me.
You have a pocketbook? Pocketbook, checkbook.
4 meals under $4. Half price happy hour. Kids eat free on the weekends. That's value you'll want to devour.
Do you have a purse? I don't have a purse. You have a purse? No, I don't have a purse. I have a wallet.
Steak and Shake. Life needs flavor.
This month. Come on, hit me. You afraid to hurt your little hand?
Sucker.
When times get tough.
The only thing I own is this house.
Well, now, technically, you signed that over to us, but that's not important right now.
At least you still have your family.
Growing up, I was a better athlete, I was smarter than you, plus I'm better looking. All my teeth are next to each other. You can't say the letter S without spitting on people.
Shut up.
See right there.
Introducing Brothers. A new series premieres this month on Fox.
Parkinson's has given me something I'm truly grateful for. The chance to make a difference in the lives of millions of patients.
The Michael J. Fox Foundation does not just fund research, it funds results.
By finding the science that will lead to breakthrough treatments.
And speed progress toward a cure.
The Michael J. Fox Foundation
and Fox Sports ask you to join our team.
Because it takes a major league effort to strike out Parkinson's. Please go to michaeljfox.org.
You're watching Fox Sports Midwest in HD.
Prince Fielder with a home run to make it 2-0 Milwaukee as we move to the top of the second. And well, it wasn't Villanueva getting any side work. He is our call to the bullpen. And this is brought to you by Chevrolet. So out of the game, Manny Parra. Villanueva is in. And again, this is his 54th appearance prior to tonight. So 55 here tonight. And opponents hitting .278 against him. Now in the middle of an inning, you'll see a guy come in and they'll give him all the time in the world to warm up, but he's been getting loose for quite some time in that bullpen for Milwaukee.
Or they're going to, you know, try to plead the case that he may need more than the 8, but you know, it shouldn't be that many more, and he's ready to pitch now. So he had the full inning to warm up. So really no excuse to just let him go out there and throw 20, 30 pitches.
Mark DeRosa, tonight's third baseman, leads it off. Then we'll see Molina and Ricky and Keel.
Good to see DeRosa back, and really the rest kind of helped in both areas. As you said, the stiff back and neck, but more importantly gave them the time to get that cortisone shot in the wrist.
And DeRosa smokes one into left center field. One hops off the wall. And a leadoff double for Mark DeRosa.
It usually takes about 72 hours. They really don't want you to do much after a cortisone shot, and that's any indication that maybe that shot really worked. So here come the Cardinals. And really, when you have a guy come out of the bullpen, especially something like this, he's expecting he's available to pitch, but probably thinking it'll be the 5th, 6th inning. And you can jump on them early, as they really haven't got into the game mentally or physically.
Yadier Molina hitting .286, 5 home runs, and 47 RBIs. Chris Carpenter was a lot of first pitch fastballs yesterday. He was able to locate that with movement. And one of the best pitched games we've seen all year, as Yadi fouls it back. Now Carpenter's now 11-0 in his past 13 starts. And those 13 starts have accounted for 96 innings, in which his ERA is now 1.97 in that time.
And with his outing yesterday, he's lowered his ERA to the best in the major leagues, and one win away from his teammate Wainwright for the top spot in the National League. And Wainwright will be trying to boost those numbers tomorrow against Jeff Suppan.
I had a nice conversation with Soup today, and his wife Dana is expecting their first child in October. And before the game, he was the Roberto Clemente Award winner for the Milwaukee Brewers, and he's done some great work with the money he's made in Milwaukee, and also with the troops too. 4 tickets to every game. As Molina hits it out to right. Garrett is back to make the catch. DeRosa tags up from second to third. Productive out from Yadi.
Don't you get the idea, though, the ball is traveling pretty well?
Yes. I thought it was in BP. More so, like you said, when it's not opened up, and it is tonight, it doesn't fly nearly as much as we're going to see here tonight. We saw yesterday, and probably we'll see tomorrow.
And here we have an advantage now with the right-hander on the mound. Your only lefty that's in the lineup, it happens to be Ankiel with a runner at third and only 1 out. Good opportunity to cut the lead in half, if not more.
And a breaking ball for a strike. I would hope that the national media has picked up on what Chris Carpenter is doing this season and the run that he's on right now.
Well, his name carries a lot of weight. Former Cy Young Award winner. People have a tendency to look and see what he's doing. But when you look at a lot of all the things that Lincecum has done, we're leading in strikeouts, leading in complete games. He's right behind Carpenter in ERA. Little things like that. You still have to say Lincecum has an edge over Wainwright and Carpenter. And it'd be a shame if the two Cardinal pitchers split their St. Louis votes, or split the votes and denied them, one of them, the opportunity because of the split vote.
Last week I talked to a couple of national writers, and their viewpoint was that Wainwright was almost not even a factor in the discussion, which I found to be interesting. League leader in wins.
One of the problems is he's gotten an awful lot of run support, where sometimes that is misleading, and the fact that he doesn't really, the complete games he's behind in that arena.
But his strikeout,
but his innings are right behind. Tomorrow he'll pass Lincecum for the most innings in the league.
So with 1 out and runner at third, and Keel strikes out. Here's Smoltz with 2 down.
He can help himself. He got 1 Cardinal hit but he swings the bat and makes a lot of contact.
And that pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Oh, 0-2. The Brewers had 3 hitters that reach base, 2 Brewers that hit the ball into the outfield, and 1 Brewer hit yesterday. 3, 2, and 1. There you go. As Carpenter was masterful in picking up the win. Now it's an 0-2 pitch to John Smoltz. Gap into left center field. Outfield is shallow for Smoltz. The Brewers, one of their concerns final month of this season is just trying to get some innings from their starters. Their bullpen has been overused.
Doesn't help with your starter. Only goes 1 inning tonight, but
exactly.
Villanueva has made 5 starts, but was really relatively ineffective. 0-3 with the ERA over 6.
And Smoltz strikes out. 2 strikeouts for Villanueva.
$5 foot long, $5 foot long. It's good going wish.
The famous Subway $5 footlong rolls on. The piled high cold cut combo and many other regular $5 footlongs all day, every day.
Have you noticed they're all the same guy?
It would be hard not to.
Enjoying the art?
Yes, very much. Are you the artist?
I am.
Oh.
Who is Steve, the doer?
Doer. He's my farmer's insurance agent.
Really?
He gave me the coverage to save my studio. Nina. Hors d'oeuvre, Steve on a stick, salmon skin Steve roll, Steve in a blanket, baklava a la Steve. What are you doing?
Well, the name scared me. Skin, Steve, roll.
In Festus Crystal City, call Jennifer Becker or call Tom Tucker.
The line between like and love? You crossed it. Let the world know. Put your favorite team logo on your credit card, check card, and checks with MLB Banking. Only from Bank of America.
Mizzou football is back at Faurot Field on September 12th with the Tigers taking on the Bowling Green Falcons. And thanks to your video provider, you can watch the game from your living room on pay-per-view for only $29.95. Don't miss a second of the action. Mizzou squares off against Bowling Green, and you'll only be able to see it on pay-per-view. Access the digital program guide or call your local video provider to order the game today. It's Missouri and Bowling Green on September 12th, only on pay-per-view.
Bottom of the second rolls in. 2-0 Brewers, and the Tour of Missouri cycling race is racing through Missouri. And Fox Sports Midwest will have highlights and results tonight and every night of the race on the Tour of Missouri Highlight Show. Catch the Tour of Missouri Highlight Show tonight after Cardinals Live on Fox Sports Midwest. He should be happy. He should be up and awake. Brewers lead it 2-0 here in the bottom of the second.
So excited about coming to the game today. And
wore himself out.
Right.
Here's Jody Garrett, the right fielder, and he had the only hit yesterday that doubled down the left field line. The Brewers have reinstated right fielder Corey Hart, by the way, from the disabled list, and they also recalled third baseman Matt Gamble from AAA Nashville before our ball game here this evening. Hart hitting .264. He's been out since August 2nd. Had an emergency appendectomy. Then he had 4 games in Nashville. He went 5 for 10. And that's a base hit into right. And Ken Maka was saying But there's a good chance that Hart will be in the lineup tomorrow afternoon.
Remember, Gamble was supposed to be their third baseman of the future. There's Corey Hart. He really is an outstanding player that gets very little recognition, gets overshadowed by Fielder and Braun, but this guy is the glue that holds together that team.
J.J. Hardy, the shortstop, hitting .225, 11 home runs and 46 RBIs.
There's Gamble, who was supposed to be their third baseman of the future, but I think McGee has kind of passed him up.
They've even had Gamble taking ground balls at second base. They love his bat. He hit a home run against the Cardinals earlier this year. Chicago Cubs have tied a major league record, beginning their game with the Pirates with 8 consecutive hits.
Well, they had a 7-run lead, or 7 runs early in that game.
Hardy with a base hit in the right. Runners at first and third, nobody out, and Smoltz isn't fooling anybody right now. Last time that happened with those 8 hits to start a game was 1990.
Let's take a look at Hardy. Get ball down and away, and he just slices it out into right field. He's had an interesting year. Garrett goes from first to third on this base hit to right. Hardy was sent down just enough time so he would have to postpone free agency a year later.
And here's Mike Rivera, their catcher.
Birthday boy, 33 today.
And the pitcher spot on deck. The Pirates have lost now 10 of 11 going into play tonight, and they've assured themselves of their 17th straight losing season, which is now the North American professional sports team record.
Yeah, they're down 8-2 in that ball game to the Cubs tonight.
Only player that is still around and active from the last winning team, Tim Wakefield, who's now with the Boston Red Sox. 2 balls and no strikes on the 8th place hitter Rivera.
Who started the game for Pittsburgh?
Zach Duke, I believe.
One of their better ones.
2-1.
Let me ask you something, Dan. If you think after about 4 or 5, and Bob Gibson's on the mound, that if Bob Gibson's on the mound and you've given up 4 or 5 consecutive hits,
might want to hit somebody or go inside.
I think the next guy was going to reach base, but it wouldn't be by with his bat.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it would be a message, gentlemen, it's time to stop that. But that's not fair, because that's the way the game used to be played.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Back-to-back singles to start the Brewers half of the second. They're on top 2-0. Line drive and a base hit into left. 3-0 Milwaukee.
Rivera just gets the ball, and just another hard hit ball, centering these balls, and they have the 3-0 lead, and still Smoltz looking for the first out here in the second inning. It's called a bunt.
So 5 base hits so far for Milwaukee. And Pujols playing way in over at first. DeRosa is in over at third. Now a couple times Smoltz has looked back at our home plate umpire with this strike zone.
And that one there appeared to be a pretty good pitch, but Larry Vanover disagrees. See, they're all setting the bunt defense. These umpires also did a very nice thing today as they paid a visit to Children's Hospital here in Milwaukee.
On 1-0, it's popped up at foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Cardinals playing for the out at third base defensively, but what now we'll see is they all get together and see if Brendan Ryan, instead of shadowing the runner at second, trying to keep him close, sprinting to third to help out and be the man there to receive a throw from either Albert, Smoltz, or DeRosa. See if they don't try to put a pickoff play on at second.
Strike 2.
Poor form as he never getting the bat out in fair territory, and that time Brendan Ryan really did go back and try to deke and see if they wanted to put a pickoff play on.
And a swing and a miss. Second strikeout for John Smoltz, and the first out here in the bottom of the second. Well, tickets for possible home games in the Division Series and NLCS will go on sale Wednesday, September 23rd. And fans who wish to purchase tickets must go online to STLCardinals.com to register for the chance to purchase. Registration runs today through Friday, September 18th. And the only way to do it, visit STLCardinals.com to register today. Patterson struck out his first time up. Back to the top of the lineup. There's a curveball pulled foul and out of play.
Corey's played in the major leagues with the Cubs, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Washington, and now Milwaukee. Appeared in 5 games with Washington this year. Released on July the 30th and signed by Milwaukee. Had in his contract that he had to come to the big leagues on this date, or the date on Friday.
There's a broken bat and nothing in 2. Smoltz will love the ground ball double play here. As Carpenter was bailed out. As that youngster, once he wakes up, he'll realize he's got a baseball. But Carpenter had that double play in the 9th that was a real key double play started by Brendan Ryan.
Sure was. I mean, he walked his second man to start the 9th inning, and then Brendan Ryan always hit hard, but a step or 2 away from the bag, corralled it, stepped on the bag, and completed the double play with the throw to first.
1-2 pitch. Strikeout number 3 tonight, and the second consecutive. Counsell flied out to right his first time up, 0 for 1. The Cardinals would love the opportunity not to have Franklin pitch in this series. Then on top of that, you have the off day Thursday before we open up with Atlanta on Friday night.
Just trying. He will not pitch, and then with the day game tomorrow, you know, it's only leaning to that way, just not to make him available. And the Cardinals are going to have to do some work here to get back in this ball game.
2 outs and 2 on.
And so it's 9 for 20 against Smoltz, but really all singles.
Franklin has a good shot at earning the Fireman of the Year this season in the National League.
Leads the National League and saves.
Here's a 1-1. Tails in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Part of the reason why they really want to, guard against Franklin and make sure he has rest is 2 years ago his numbers in September was 0-2 in ERA at 9.5 in 13 games. Last year wasn't bad. He started kind of after a bad or rough spot in July, and in August he started regrouping in September.
I think you and I, we talked about it from opening day, which seems like a really long time ago, but if you were able to keep Franklin's numbers, meaning his appearances and workload, down, you felt very comfortable with him being a setup man, and then all of a sudden he turns into your closer.
Yeah, well, I mean, from day 1 to August 22nd, Franklin was 2-1 with 31 out of 33 saves and a 1.13 ERA, and he only walked 10 guys, and the opponents were batting 181 against him. But since August 23rd, he's walked 7 in 7 games,
which is not like him.
And his batting average against him is 300, just under that. And he's 0-1 with 1 blown save in 6 out of 7 for an ERA at 5.68. So that's why they're just saying, okay, got this comfortable lead, we got this time. We even though this is a very important series, we're going to have the guys know he's not available.
That's pulled foul. Watch out. And Counsell way in front of that one. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Just in the bottom of the 2nd inning. 2-2 the count. 2 runners on, 2 outs, and a 3-0 Milwaukee lead.
Smoltz can get out of this inning with no further damage, then you feel pretty comfortable, and that's what a veteran can do. I mean, he can really rise to the occasion.
2-2 out to center. A little lazy fly ball. Rick Ankiel is there, and that sends us to the 3rd. Top of the lineup coming up. 3-0 Milwaukee.
Kia presents the $18,200 Optima versus the $18,200 Camry. The Optima has an industry-leading warranty. The Camry does not. The Optima has sleek styling. The Camry does not. The Optima comes with complimentary Sirius satellite radio. The Camry does not. The Kia Optima. With features they can't beat at a price they can't match, there's really nothing to compare.
At Auto Tire, all tires are priced on the rim and out the door with free mounting, balancing, valve stems, and more, and our 30-day price and ride guarantee. And now at Auto Tire, buy 3 select Yokohama tires and get the 4th tire free. No catch, no gimmicks, no rebates. Oil changes with free tire rotation are just $24.99. Shop tires, print coupons, and make appointments online at autotire.com. Nobody beats our total price. Nobody beats Auto Tire.
September 13th will change the way you watch football. Every Sunday, every team, every exciting moment is caught inside the Red Zone. NFL Red Zone, a new way to watch football. Available on Dish Network. Call now.
Someone's got to turn on the lights, boot the servers, test the coaster. Yeah, someone's got to be first, and they deserve a prize.
Set your alarm. Sausage burritos are just $1.19, only at McDonald's.
This season, both Mizzou non-conference games at Faurot Field will be available on pay-per-view next Saturday, September 12th. The Tigers take on Bowling Green. That's this weekend. And on September 19th, they'll play Furman. It's $29.95. Mizzou and Bowling Green, September 12th. This Saturday, you can access your digital program guide or call your local cable, satellite, or fiber optic provider to order. Mizzou now in the top 25, ranked 25 as that came out today. Julio Lugo is single first time up. Lugo, Ryan, and Pujols for the Cardinals. Carlos Villanueva is the pitcher now for Milwaukee after Manny Parra only went 1 inning and had to leave the game, and we still haven't heard why. 0-2. And Lugo down on strikes. And he didn't like that call. Our keys to the game presented by Toyota. Brewers record when the starter goes less than 5 innings. Look at that, 5-21. We've had 26 starts like that, and that will just kill your bullpen over the course of 6 months. Here's Brendan Ryan. Stole the base back in the first inning and then was left stranded. Pujols on deck. Brendan showing bunt. Pulled back in time and took a ball. RBIs tonight, 2 for Fielder, now at 125 with his 2-run homer in the first and an RBI for Rivera in the second inning. Troy Tulowitzki has taken himself out of the starting lineup for the Rockies tonight. Dealing with a sore back, had to leave their game last night and not in their lineup tonight. Wants to make sure he's going to be okay. And it's in the top of the second. They lead the Reds 1-0. Every game for them obviously so important.
Very important, but he also realized how important he is to the long.
That's right.
Long haul.
2-0 to Brendan.
First thing you think about is like, okay, you better make sure you get the guy ahead of Albert. Don't have anybody on base ahead of him. And sure enough, you go out there and you just have trouble throwing strikes.
And a walk to Brendan Ryan. Pat, what's up with the starter tonight, Manny Parra?
Well, Dan, the official word here in the press box from the Brewers is neck spasms for Manny Parra. It limited him just 21 pitches the 1 inning, and so gave way to Villanueva, and Parra's night's done. I guess neck spasms is the report.
All right, thanks, Pat. 1 out. Here's Albert Pujols, who flied to right his first time up.
Sometimes you get those neck spasms as you get a whiplash watching the ball fly over the fence.
But that wasn't the case.
That wasn't the case.
No, Manny was all right that first inning. So the Cardinals were actually picked off twice by Parra in the first. And let's see if they want to be aggressive here with now Villanueva on the mound.
They picked off twice and they got no outs out of it.
That's right. And the Cardinals picked up a steal.
It was Brendan Ryan who picked up his number 11.
Pujols swinging one of the hottest bats in baseball here the last week or so. 2 balls, no strikes.
This road trip, and he is 9 for 15 on the road trip, and all 3 victories were game-winning hits by Albert.
The 2-0. Ryan is running, and he has a stolen base. Not even a throw by Rivera. And it's 3 balls and no strikes on Pujols here.
Well, he got a good jump off the pitcher, and then he guesses it's a breaking ball he's running off of. So by the time Rivera caught it, and looks like Tony's upset, leaving first base open with Albert hitting.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy at all, does he?
Looks like they're going to go ahead and pitch. They're going to pitch to him too. So
I wonder if he'd be mad though if Pujols reaches and then Holliday hits a 3-run homer. And
we'll
a walk
find
to
out.
Albert.
We'll find out.
So Brendan, who has 2 steals, is at second base. And now it's first and second, and Matt Holliday a chance to tie this game up with 1 swing of the bat. So you leave first base open. I mean, this has got a chance to be a big inning.
Sure. I mean, there are times when Tony will say, hey, they want to walk Albert. I got confidence in the guy coming in behind him. In this case, it's the tying run. You got to have base runners in order to score crooked numbers.
Well, I don't know if you agree, Al, but beginning of the year, yes. I mean, that's taken the bat out of Albert's hands.
Right.
And when Ludwig was out with an injury, certainly that makes a difference. But this lineup has changed now. You know, Matt Holliday is swinging one of the best bats in baseball.
I agree. I totally agree. He's hitting .383 with 5 home runs, 33 RBIs this year with runners on, and provides a lot of protection. And
here's a 1-0 pitch, and Holliday is jammed and pops it up. That'll be an infield fly rule, and Counsell is there. On the flip side, I'm sure Tony's saying, well, if you steal second, you've got first base open, and essentially you're taking the bat out of Albert's hands. Sunday, September 13th is the Midwest Dairy Ricky and Keel Growth Chart Poster Day at Busch Stadium. All kids ages 15 and under receive a life-size growth chart poster of the Cardinals outfielder. For more information and to purchase tickets, head to our website at stlcardinals.com.
That wasn't the case. They didn't intentionally walk it.
Right.
So they went ahead and pitched, and he walked the second man to him. Remember yesterday's ball game? They had a chance to put Albert on in a scoreless game before he hit the 2-run double to break it open.
Folks from Altair Travel Group are here. Bob and B. Husky, Karen Morris, Gloria Schwenk, Ron and Mickey Hobson.
There are about 18 people from Altair Travel, and Altair does the Cardinal Cruise. Do a wonderful job on that.
Ralph and Myrna Schneider and Mike and Beth Malone all here, and want to say hi to family and friends back home in St. Louis. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Ludwig. Ludwig first time up, flied out to left. So best opportunity right here for the Cardinals so far early in this game.
Let's see if Ludwig can't give Johnny Londoff Jr. a big happy birthday swing here. Johnny is much, much older than his lovely wife.
1-2 the count. It's going to be interesting to see how Tony will play his rotation down the stretch. If Carpenter has a chance to win the Cy Young, and you know, you'd like to give him maybe some extra time if he wants it.
It appears that Tony, with a lot of off days the rest of the way through, will keep on the five-man schedule. Boggs is out of there. Loesch will go into the 5-man rotation, and he will pitch on Saturday. But with the off days, he's really roughly pitching once every 6 days.
A 2-2 to Ludwig. On its way. And Ryan hits it in the air. Will it get out of play? Fielder giving chase, and a new life for Ludwig. Stoop will be making his 25th start of the year tomorrow, and 4th against the Cardinals. And last time out, he went 5 2/3 and took a no decision in a 3-2 loss.
Jeff Suppan used to go on that Cardinal cruise, and it's our understanding that many of the people from Altair Travel that made this trip up here, all of them or some of them are staying in Suppan's suite tonight.
Here's a 2-2 pitch to Ludwig. In the air to center field, and that'll be caught. Line drive caught by Patterson. Cardinals have stranded 5 so far.
How can an evening this buttoned up be this laid back? And how can a beer this full flavored be just 99 calories? Budweiser Select. the exception to the rule.
These days, you want to be sure you're getting the best car for your money. And guess what? Toyota has won more Best Car for the Money awards than any other car manufacturer. That's basically the equivalent of a giant blinking arrow saying, yeah, this is what you're looking for. Plus, right now you can get great leases and easy financing on all your favorite Toyota models. Where can you find the best car for your money? Your Toyota dealer.
Wow.
Conventional wisdom says a full-flavored beer can't be low in calories. Budweiser Select is anything but conventional. Full flavor, 99 calories. Budweiser Select, the exception to the rule.
Yeah, I certainly do. What a rocket by Brad Boys! Welcome back inside the Bud Light. And in a shot on Mason made the save. It was hit by Oakey in the corner. They certainly were, John.
Thank you! Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. By the Casino Queen Hotel and Casino, home of the loosest slots. And by Taco Bell's new Volcano menu. It's seriously spicy. Move to the bottom of the third here in Milwaukee in a 3-0 Brewers lead. 2-run homer by Prince Fielder. RBI single by Rivera. And it's Braun, Fielder, and McGee. Brian Braun, 1 home run shy of 100 in his young career. What a start he's been under here since he came up. I mean, he's been one of the best hitters in all of baseball.
He's hit 360 this month, but he has not homered in the month of September.
0-1 pitch. And a ground ball. Backhanded by Brendan Ryan. Tough throw, and he makes the play. Great range of Brendan at short. Visit the official online shop of the St. Louis Cardinals at stlcardinals.com for the largest selection of authentic postseason caps, t-shirts, jerseys, and more. Get your playoff gear straight from the source, stlcardinals.com. Here's Fielder.
Nobody on base. Look at the infield defense. Brendan Ryan about 6 or 7 feet back on the outfield grass behind second base, and then Lugo, you got to keep on going back to find him out there in short right field.
You know, we were wondering why Pujols sometimes takes those throws not going towards the fielder but then backing up almost in foul territory, and the explanation that I was given was that very simply like a play we just saw with Brendan Ryan, how he slings it over there. The ball will tail up the line. And he feels that if he stretches, he's limited in going to his left if he stretches towards the player. I know you're following me here, Al.
Oh, yeah.
And now if he backs up, he says it gives him another foot or two to maneuver. That's past to Wilson. And a base hit.
And of course, it looked like on the previous play to Braun is he reached out and stretched normally. So there you see, closing in on Cecil Cooper for the most RBIs in a single season. He's also closing in on the record for the most walks in a single season.
That's 1 out and a runner at first. That's Prince Fielder, and here is Casey McGee. McGee off the end of the bat into center field, and Ricky and Keel will put it away for out number 2. Fielder retreats back to first. 2 outs. And here is Jody Garrett, who singled and scored back in the second inning. Average at .218. And the first pitch is taken upstairs.
Garrett came over in mid-season trade with involving Tony Gwynn Jr.
And it's 2 balls and no strikes. So John Smoltz trying to have his first scoreless frame of the ball game here in the 3rd. Just watching his reaction there. He's not happy on that last pitch. He thought that was a strike.
And it looks, I'm just kind of looking at the outfield defense because they seem like they're awful deep for Garrett. Another indication maybe how the ball's jumping at night here with the windows and roof open. Ludwig looks really deep out in right field.
And that's hit at center field. And Keel on the move. He makes the catch on the run. An outstanding play from Ricky and Keel in center field to take the hit away from Jody Garrett. So they had him positioned right, playing deep as that ball carried. Al, you're right. Ball is just jumping off the bat. And Rick had a good jump here and makes the play.
Make sure to get your phone at Marshall Wireless Sprint stores. Switch to the Marshall plan. You're sure to get the perfect voice and data plan when you sign up at Marshall Wireless. Looking for more details? Call 636-938-9000 or visit this location.
Do I win?
That is not how you play the game.
Play Jack's Big Rip-Off. Order any large combo and rip the game piece for a chance to win one of 5 ultimate game rooms, free food, or cool stuff from Xbox, EA, and GameStop.
Oh, come on.
What's your savings solution?
I feel like I get a good deal at Schnucks.
They have what I need at a lower price.
This week at Schnucks, you'll find 10 for $10 items throughout the store, like Schnucks regular or no sugar added Junior Pops, now 10 for $10. The savings continue with cans of Starkist Chunk White Albacore Tuna, now 10 for $10. And 16-ounce packages of Hormel Black Label Bacon are buy one, get one free. Low prices, no sacrifices. At Schnucks, we make it easy.
When people say, hey, Mike, why Ford? Why now? I tell them it's simple. Ford has a plan that's actually working. And dealerships full of crossovers and SUVs that people really want. Like an EPA-estimated 25 mpg Ford Edge and the 28 mpg Ford Escape. It's all here. Don't you love it? Want a plan? Comes together.
Now get up to $2,500 cash back on a 2009 Ford Escape or 0% financing for 60 months. Visit your quality Ford dealers today and drive one.
It's time to bring you up to speed with the AT&T Rapid Rewind. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. First pitch to Mark DeRosa was a ball. We're back to live action here in the top of the 4th, 3-0 Milwaukee. DeRosa doubled his first time up, 1 ball, 1 strike. And if you're just joining us, Manny Parra lasted 1 inning. And then he has been removed because of neck spasms. So this is Villanueva's 3rd inning of work.
And he's been very good. He's struck out 3. He has walked 2 and only allowed 1 hit in 2 shutout innings. 1 hit was the first batter he faced, DeRosa.
One thing that stands out if things stay the way that they are for the leaders of the divisions is that many of these teams will be able to set their rotations for postseason play. The Cardinals certainly will be able to do that. But there's not a lot of intrigue left with those division races. It is with the wild card. But because of that, you would figure that most teams can really set up how they want their pitchers to line up for the playoffs.
Yeah, and of course, I think there's still some intrigue in the West, as the Dodgers have a, what, 5-game lead, but may not be that comfortable.
Dodgers are at 3.5.
3.5. Yeah.
And a swing and a miss by DeRosa. He's 1 for 2 tonight. And that's now 4 strikeouts for Villanueva. Here's Yadier Molina. Molina, first time up, flied out to right. And Villanueva, being a bullpen guy, working from the stretch, despite the fact that there's nobody on.
I mentioned too, he started a few games this year, but lately he's been out of the bullpen and pitching very effectively there. And sometimes you just feel comfortable throwing out a stretch, and so you continue it.
Fouled back in a good cut, 0-2.
He was 25 years of age, out of the Dominican Republic, born in Santiago, and now resides in the capital of Santo Domingo.
No balls and 2 strikes. Mentioned that Wainwright goes tomorrow against another postseason hero for the Cardinals, Jeff Suppan.
Jeff was some of his best baseball during the postseason.
And here's the 0-2 pitch to Yadier Molina. Strikeout number 5. And let's turn to the Aflac trivia question. The Cardinals trailing 3-0 here in Milwaukee. Prior to tonight, how many pitches has John Smoltz thrown? That's in his career.
You might be surprised, as it's quite a few.
Wow. Over 52,000 pitches. And here's Ricky Aquino, fooled by the breaking ball. And that's not including warming up, and those are just the official pitches.
Right. And
Aquino made a fine play, didn't he, to in the bottom of the third, that running catch on the track. Pat conducted an interview with Mitchell Boggs before the game. He was on our pregame show and talked about the impact that Smoltz has already made in his career. Of course, Mitchell is from Georgia, so grew up idolizing John Smoltz. He said Smoltz, since the day he got here, has been talking to the young players and pitchers in particular about his experiences and some of the different things that have gone on in his career. 1-1 pitch.
Talk to him about everything that happens on the mound. Talk to everybody about dealing with injury, as he's had 5 surgeries. He's been, one of the top relievers in the game, as well as, a Hall of Fame pitcher all around, but great, starter too. Well, there's nothing he can't tell you.
2-2.
Yesterday it was understandable why the hitters having trouble with the shadows, but today, a little surprising is Villanueva has befuddled the hitters.
And a swing and a miss. He strikes out the side. DeRosa, Molina, and Ankiel all strike out. 3-0 midway through 4.
Hey, it's great to see you back after that accident.
Well, I couldn't have gotten by without it.
Is that different than health insurance?
Well, yeah, Aflac pays you cash to help with the bills that health insurance doesn't cover.
Really?
Well, if you're hurt and can't work, who's going to help pay for gas, the mortgage, all kinds of expenses?
Aflac! It's the protection you need to help stay ahead of the game.
Exactly.
Aflac, we've got you under our wing.
Aflac, Aflac, Aflac.
celebration of Emo's 45th anniversary, buy any extra large pizza at the regular menu price and get a medium one topping for just 45 cents.
Everybody knows it's Emo's, the square beyond compare.
How can a future architect use this broken ruler? How can a future musician use this guitar? Or an artist make the sun shine without colored crayons? When you visit donorschoose.org, you choose what items you want to give. Whether it's rulers, guitars, crayons, or books, your donation allows kids to realize their dreams. Help level the playing field. This is Morgan Freeman. Donorschoose.org gives you the power to turn kids into students, one classroom at a time.
As a parent, sometimes it's hard to believe your kids listen to a word you say. So when it comes to drugs and alcohol, it can be tempting to say nothing at all. But you actually have tremendous influence. So it's a simple choice. In this hand, how to make your kids more likely to get involved with drugs. In this one, how you can help them stay away from drugs.
This date in history, 1955. Brought to you by Schnucks. While beating the Braves at Milwaukee, the Dodgers clinch the National League pennant with a 17-game lead, and that's the earliest date in history that a team has clinched.
55 would be before they moved west, so the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Here's J.J. Hardy on the outside corner for a strike. Hardy singled first time up. 7, 8, and 9 for Milwaukee. There's still plenty of season to go, and you know that Tony La Russa will urge his team to stay focused and make sure they don't lose their edge, because they've got quite an edge going right now. Winning series, winning games, all those things.
Want to get the best record in the National League for home field advantage.
It's strikeout number 4 for Smoltz.
They're quite upset with Tony.
I wanted to see Smoltz pitch against the Atlanta Braves, but apparently that is not going to be the case.
And if you had your way, you would change that immediately.
Change everything.
He'd probably pitch all 3 games against
everyone and close them.
And close them.
Yeah. Right. Start him, close him, everything. So he is not scheduled to pitch this weekend. Open date on Thursday, and then Pinheiro goes on Friday night, as this is hit deep into right field. Ludwig going back near the wall with room to make the catch. Jurgens goes Friday night. Loesch and Hudson on Saturday, and then Sunday Carpenter and Vasquez. Fan to fan ticket marketplace. Don't forget StubHub, the place to go to get your Cardinal tickets. StubHub.com.
St. Louis Cardinals usher Elaine and Mike Boyer want to say hi to all the other St. Louis Cardinal ushers, especially Merrick. Mary, I know, is under the weather a little bit. Couldn't make the trip, so hope you get well and see you out to the next homestand.
Here's Matt Gamble, who we talked about earlier, one of their top prospects, and Gamble is pitch hitting.
Good.
For Villanueva, who strikes out 6 tonight in 3 innings of work. Walked 2 and gave up a double to the first man he saw, and other than that, he was terrific out of the bullpen in for Parra. 2 outs and nobody on. We're in the 4th and 3-0. That's DeFelice, who we saw last night, getting loose. Strike 2. Cardinals an 11.5 game lead in the Central. Dodgers 3.5 in front of Colorado, and the Phillies lead Florida by 6, Atlanta by 8. The 1-2 pitch to Matt Gamble. Now, what have you seen with Smoltz tonight? Not quite as sharp as the last time we saw him.
No, and like we not use an excuse, but there are a few pitches that he thought were in the strike zone, wasn't called. That kind of changes the complexion. There's like another one. Yeah. There's another one right there that And John is not the kind of guy that is beggar and has a great relationship. But I mean, that's really where he wanted it. And you don't get the call that really kind of changed. You know, you're out of the inning. One thing. And you throw a few extra pitches.
And that's 5 strikeouts for Smoltz tonight. He'll lead it off when we come back.
Hey, St. Louis, which one offers an EPA estimated 33 highway MPG? Toyota Camry, Honda Accord. Guess what? It's neither of these. It's this, Chevy Malibu. That's right, Malibu offers an EPA estimated 33 highway MPG, better than comparable Camry and Accord. And Malibu comes with the best coverage in America. Just look at those numbers. Then check out these numbers. Visit your Mid-America Chevy dealer today and check out the EPA estimated 33 miles per gallon highway 09 Malibu. Shop and compare at stlchevy.com.
Once again, the excitement is building at Ameristar, where you could land the ultimate prize, a BMW X5, or win cash in the $750,000 Cars and Cash giveaway. Grab yours now through October 17th. Ameristar Casino. More casino, more fun.
Here we are, bottom of the ninth, 2 outs. Coach Adams is making a call to the bullpen.
Hey, guys. What do you want me to bring in?
Man, is anyone ready to go yet? Send in Mahoney.
You got it.
Wait a second, he's bringing in Mahoney. This could be a long night. Here comes the pitch, and it's all tied up. Looks like we may be heading into extra innings.
Buffalo Wild Wings, you have to be here.
Bottom of the 15th, popped up. This game won't end.
Here's a Mark DeFelice, our new pitcher, 3rd used by Milwaukee tonight, and it's our Chevrolet call to the bullpen. A righty that throws that cutter, and DeFelice is in, and he'll face John Smoltz, and then the top of the Cardinals lineup. Cardinals need to get something going here. They haven't hit. When you don't hit, you look a little flat, and there's the numbers for DeFelice.
Well, you look at them, and you know, he pitched yesterday, allowed 1 inning, 3 hits, 1 run. It was an earned run and struck out, but he's posted an ERA over 10 in his last 18 appearances to raise his overall ERA from 164 to his current 373. This is one of the guys we talked about. Used so much, has been wearing down.
And Smoltz, first pitch, swung on and missed. Villanueva, 3 innings of work and 6 strikeouts. Walked 2 and gave up 1 base hit to Mark DeRosa. That was it. 0-1. 0-2. Lugo on deck, and then we'll see Brendan Ryan. Brendan's been down there talking to Tony La Russa and Jose Oquendo and anybody that will either listen or has an opinion about his second steal of the game. Smoltz puts it in play, hits it to 3rd, and an easy play that time for Casey McGee. Now, one of the things I'm sure that Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan want to see is the fact that they'd like to see Smoltz go a little bit deeper in this game, and he mentioned to me last week that's what he's really been concentrating on, trying to go deeper into games, get the pitch count up, and get a better feel for how it is to be a starter once again.
Well, his first start with the Cardinals, it was a sensational debut, and he goes 5 innings, and he felt he could have gone a lot deeper in that game, but respected their decision because he'd had an 18-day layoff.
Lugo pops it up. It's playable. Rivera puts it away for the 2nd out.
But when you talk to John Smoltz, in his mind, if you're a starting pitcher, you have to, at a minimum, go 7 innings. So he's trying to stretch it out a little bit. He did go 6 innings his last start, and the problem he has right now is he's trailing 3-0.
Brendan Ryan, the hitter. 2 outs and nobody on. Brendan 2 steals tonight to go along with a walk, back in the 3rd. That's on the outside corner.
We don't know because, you know, Tony would seem to be visibly upset with Brendan stealing on a 2-0 pitch to Albert, but You know, they do have a sign for, you know, do not run. And whether he missed that sign or not, we don't know.
Little check swing and out of play. Wainwright and Supine tomorrow, 12:30, with their pregame show. Jim Hayes is spending the night at the studio. He'll work tonight, and then he'll be back at it again early tomorrow.
How could that be? You know, he's the father of his son.
And Jim is very concerned about the pregame show tomorrow, so he is going to spend the night and work on it this evening after his postgame duties following game 2. 0-2 pitch, and Brendan Ryan hits it down the left field line. That could be trouble. Braun over, fair ball. He won't get it. Brendan on his way to second base. Brendan on his way to third, and the throw not in time. It's a triple for Brendan Ryan.
Well, Brendan leads the ball club in triples. I believe that's his 7th, and you just wonder if Tony was just waiting to say, Brendan, if you get thrown out at third. But not the case. And there's that slider just hanging up in the middle of the plate, goes and hooks it into the left field corner. See if Braun had a little trouble. Yeah, that's because it was a double, but he pushes the envelope and gets it in there third with relative ease. So now we'll see. And now they're going to go to the bullpen and bring in another right-hander who's warming up for Albert Pujols.
Pujols 3 hits in yesterday's ball game, and
why would you have him warming up? This Coffee.
Yeah.
He retired the first 2 hitters. When did Coffee get up?
So Coffee, here comes a sprint.
Oh, the fans are all excited.
Here it comes.
Maybe,
Anytime.
Maybe.
Come on, Todd. Hey.
Road trip.
3 Egg McMuffins, please.
Breakfast is over at 10:30.
Oh, so I can't get breakfast now?
No.
So what's the deal? We can't get breakfast now?
No, we don't have any breakfast served.
Why do you stop serving breakfast at 10:30?
I don't know. We do that every day.
If you came to my place, I'd serve you breakfast.
24/7?
Sure. Hey, do you know any place that serves breakfast now?
Jack in the Box?
Yes.
When I came to this country as a child, I never thought I'd get this far. But I learned how to motivate people, to put the team first, and to never stop learning. I started to expect more of myself and of others. And where did I learn all this? As an officer in the U.S. Army Reserve.
An Army officer leads by example. Can you? Find out at goarmy.com/officer.
She was very sad. Her self-esteem was very low.
I was yelling for help.
United Way helps more than 1 million people through nearly 200 local agencies, including Veronica with her ADHD.
Bam! I had fewer dark days.
If it weren't for the United Way funding services like the Kreider Center, we'd be a very broken family.
Please lend a hand.
Bud Light, what's on tap? The difference is drinkability. A couple of the postseason heroes of the Cardinals in 06 will square off tomorrow with Wainwright and Supine. Soup 6-8, Wainwright 17-7. On the air tomorrow at 12:30. I get a kick out of Todd Coffey racing in from the bullpen like that. Some of his teammates are smiling when he's doing it. The fans like it. But you still have to get people out.
Yeah, and you're trying to catch your breath and get people out. But he's done a pretty good job of that. ERA under 3. Pitching his 65th ball game. He was their July pitcher of the month. Claimed off of waivers from Cincinnati.
Remember, Al, it was just last week he came in and 1 pitch and Pujols hit a home run.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm. DeFelice goes out there, retires the first 2, and he gives up his first hit. And all of a sudden, Coffey comes in to face Albert, the guy who hit a home run off him a week ago.
You see the numbers there, 5 for 12.
Makes sense. Bring him in.
So 2 outs, first pitch in Pujols. Looks at a strike.
Well, Albert has a .417 average against Coffey.
And the 0-1 pitch.
I'm sure John Smoltz is saying, I'm not getting that pitch.
On 2 on Albert. Outfield deep. Pujols hits it to third. McGee is there. And Coffey retires Albert. The Cardinals have stranded 6 tonight.
Put a refreshing spin on your summer. Bud Light Lime. Superior drinkability. Ultimate refreshment. A splash of 100% natural lime flavor. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. Bud Light Lime.
StubHub! Great moments don't just happen here. They happen with you in the crowd. Go to StubHub.com and buy the tickets you want, even if the event is sold out. Or sell your tickets on StubHub and share an experience that will live on. For that next great moment, go to StubHub.com. Our Fan Protect guarantee ensures your tickets are authentic and on time. Great moments start at StubHub.
7, 19, 36, 52, 4. And the Mega Ball number is 35. That concludes last night's Mega Millions drawing.
The Redbirds get ready for another Central Division slugfest on the road in a showdown at Miller Park with Ryan Braun and the hometown Milwaukee Brewers. Cards, Brewers in high definition. Tomorrow afternoon starting at 12:30 on Fox Sports Midwest.
Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by AT&T. Switch to the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. And the new 3rd Pound Angus burgers are here. Try one for yourself today, only at McDonald's. John Smoltz back to work here in the bottom of the 5th. 3-0, the Cardinals trail. Home run by Prince Fielder. Drove in 2 with one swing of the bat in the first, and then a RBI single in the second by Rivera. .69 total pitches tonight for John Smoltz. And away we go in the Brewers half of the 5th. And the top of their lineup, Corey Patterson, with a pair of strikeouts tonight, and he's 0 for 2. One ball, one strike.
Corey, career .252 hitter. Said bounced around about 6 different major league clubs. 5 to be exact.
And Tony La Russa said in the ball game yesterday that if he had to go to his bullpen, it was going to be Reyes and McClellan. And you might remember he had those two throwing at one point, but Carpenter gave the bullpen a full day off as he went the distance in under 100 pitches.
And he's going to avoid using Franklin again tonight, so you think those two will be part of that late inning decisions.
But inside part of the plate to the lefties now, that's becoming a strike. It was not earlier. 2-2. See if Smoltz goes right back to it. He does, and that time doesn't get the call.
I mean, John Smoltz is just getting furious, and he's not the kind of guy that shows that negative emotion. And he's doing the right thing as he walks around. But watch after this, he doesn't get this call, as he can't believe it. And Lugo come in and come down a little bit. And even though Dave Duncan's over there giving an earful to Larry Vanover. Joe Torre had a comment when Manny Ramirez got ejected last night. He said sometimes, you know, the umpires do a great job, but it's an emotional game, and sometimes when they get into a little situation, you wish they would turn their head the other way instead of inviting the confrontation.
A 3-2 pitch, and Patterson rips it down the right field line, but foul. Well, the umpire, and I saw the highlight last night, one that you're talking about with Manny Ramirez. Ramirez threw his helmet, threw his bat, and then he was ejected from the game. And then the umpire completely just turned around and avoided Manny. But at that point,
he'd already thrown him out.
Already out of the game.
And Joe came out and said, "Did he cuss at you?" And he said, "No." He said, "Well, you know, there are rules in place. When you throw your equipment, you know, it's an automatic fine. But, you know, I think you do have a responsibility to keep the Stars in games."
A 3-2 pitch to Patterson. And a swing and a miss, third time. He is struck out, and that's 6 on the night for John Smoltz. So while he hasn't been overly sharp, it's only a 3-run deficit and 6 strikeouts now for Smoltz.
Third half is a strike, and yeah, it's a strike because you swung at it. As he got the splitter there, and the bottom fell out.
Great Counsell 0 for 2. Fly to center, fly to right. Flips a little breaking ball in there at 72 miles an hour for the strike.
And that little get ahead breaking ball. But if you think back when you had the big 3 with Atlanta, Smoltz, Maddox, and Glavine, to left-handed batters, they always got that pitch that starts inside and then runs back to the inside part of the plate.
I always used to think, though, with Glavine and Maddox, those were the guys that got those calls more so
than John.
Yeah.
As he had pure, you know, John had a lot more pure stuff. As the other guys could not live in the middle of the plate, they couldn't throw a pitch by guys, so they had to live on their control. Where John Smoltz had a left fastball where he could throw by people.
Little chopper to Pujols, he'll take it, and there's 2 outs. Well, kids, come watch the Cardinals take on the Braves this Saturday and receive an all-star pennant featuring your 09 Cardinals All-Stars. Pujols, Franklin, Molina, and even manager Tony La Russa. All kids 15 and younger receive the pennant, courtesy of Coca-Cola and the Pasta House. For tickets, visit stlcardinals.com. Here's Braun. Doubled and scored in the first, and fine play by Brendan Ryan in the hole to rob him back in the 30s. 1 for 2 tonight. So 2 outs and nobody on. Fielder on deck if Braun can extend the inning. It's twice, though, that we've seen Smoltz show a little bit of that emotion and frustration with the home plate umpire, and didn't used to see that in the past, did you?
No, not at all. Larry Vanover wasn't at lunch. He was resting, preparing for his assignment behind the plate.
1-1. You might remember a dinner that we had with a couple of umpires not too long ago, and one of the questions that was asked of them, who's the guy that, what you say, he gets under the skin of a number of the umpires, and believe me, it does get around in the major leagues.
Oh yeah.
And the name that came up was the name that was ejected last night.
Manny Ramirez.
Manny Ramirez.
Well, and that's part of the equation is, you know, it's one thing when it's a veteran. It's another thing if it's a young rookie. They'll put you in your place real quick.
And that's a strikeout of Braun. And and no argument from him. 7 tonight for Smoltz.
If biscuits look the same in the end, does it matter where they came from? Does it matter if they're made 18 days ago or 18 minutes? Does it make a difference if they're made by a machine in a factory or made by hand by a single person? Hardee's made from scratch biscuits, now with fried Oscar Mayer bologna, because there's nothing fresh about frozen biscuits.
Racing fans, get your official Digger and Friends gear today. Yeehaw! Go to foxsports.com, NASCARstore.com, or DWstore.com to get plush toys, cool hats, t-shirts, and exclusive collectibles featuring racing's newest superstar and all his friends.
Not bad, Digger, my boy.
Go to foxsports.com, NASCARstore.com, or DWstore.com to order your Digger gear today.
I am change. I'm from where you're from, and I've been where you are. I am change, and my ears are deaf to the words I can't. I can and you can, because I am change, and I am fierce.
For updates on the Cards and Blues, join Fox Sports Midwest on Facebook and Twitter.
Look at our home plate umpire here tonight, and we move to the top of the 6th. It's 3-0 in favor of the Brewers. This is right after the called third strike, and a home plate umpire, Larry Vanover, going into the Cardinals dugout.
Which is quite rare. I don't know if I've ever seen that other than Billy Williams, but that was to get a smoke break. But Tony wanted to make sure, I wanted to make sure where we saw Duncan was, that he didn't go down there. I was to make sure that Smoltz hadn't got into the locker room. And Tony followed him, I think, just to make sure himself. But quite rare to ever see an umpire, go into a dugout, especially after you've had a little altercation with the bench and the pitcher.
Apparently, I guess, a nature call.
Well, I think that's the case. Reminds you of Manny Ramirez once again.
When they couldn't find him.
There is a door to the scoreboard in Fenway Park.
And he also had a situation in Los Angeles where they couldn't find him either. Eventually had to go back in the clubhouse and get him out.
Didn't find him for 50 days either.
2 balls and no strikes on Matt Holliday, and Ludwig on deck, and then Mark DeRosa.
Hey, it's time for the Cardinals to solve one of these relievers. Holliday's hit the home run off of Coffey in St. Louis last week.
And a little chopper, that's a fair ball past Prince fielder, and Holliday stopping at first base. Took an odd hop right off the bat of Matt Holliday, and here's Ryan Ludwig. As we flash back, Ludwig, a home run against Todd Coffey early July. And the Cardinals with just 4 base hits tonight. They struck out 6 times against Villanueva, and they've received 3 walks.
And we'll see if they can get a little rally going here. They have looks like Hawksworth throwing in case you get down the spot, or they may just take out Smoltz after 5 innings. But love to see the Cardinals get a lead and keep them in this game.
Ken Maka, and any manager now you're in September, you should feel protected, but they had to go to their bullpen here in the 2nd inning, and they've got Jeff Suppan, who's been averaging about 5 innings a start, going tomorrow.
That's really been the problem. They have not gotten many innings from the starters.
Off of Coffey and into right center field. Holliday looking back. He'll wind up at third base. It looked to be off the foot of Coffey, and here come the Cardinals, 1st and 3rd, nobody out.
Watch Coffey, he's a big man. He can sprint in from the outfield, but he can't dodge that ground ball up the middle, and it deflected away from Counsell, guaranteeing that it would be a single. And we're going to find out real quick is what they can do, and hopefully DeRosa can get the Cardinals on the board.
And they've got a lefty throwing down the bullpen. Milwaukee does.
It's like Stetter.
DeRosa, his last home run was at Pittsburgh 2 visits ago. So he is due.
Remember, he had what, 8 home runs the first 22 games or so with the Cardinals, but then that wrist really kind of started aggravating him. It's taken away a little bit of the power. Overall, he has 21 home runs, 69 RBIs. What to add to that now?
Two and 0. Molina on deck. So you figure Stetter, the lefty, getting loose for Ankiel then.
Kobe Rasmus is unavailable, or having a problem with his Achilles again. Little nagging injuries and illness. You know, Kobe's really got to talk a lot of times about reliability.
A 3-0 pitch, and bases loaded for Molina. Coffey has pitched himself into trouble here. Bases loaded, nobody out. And that is the 4th walk that the Cardinals have received tonight. You can stop by the Westin and enter to win your chance to catch pop flies and win great prizes. For complete details, visit www.westinpopupchallenge.com or the number to call 314-621-2000. 314-621-2000.
Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, he came on board on August the 12th when they fired Billy Castro. Smoltz, Dave Duncan going over some of the hits and where the location of some of the pitches, and I'm sure they're talking about that strike zone, but you know, it's not used as an excuse, but when you try and make pitches and you don't get rewarded for where you throw the ball.
And here is Yachty. One swing of the bat and the Cardinals would have their first lead. He represents the go-ahead run. The tying runs are on.
In the minds of the Brewers, if they can get a ground ball, you know, they can turn 2.
And Keel on deck. And the first pitch to Molina taken low and in. Bases loaded, and Yachty tonight is fly to right, also struck out.
First grand slam would look awfully nice this right now.
1-0 pitch. 2-0. That's 6 straight balls by Coffey. Inning started with a base hit by Holliday. Ludwig, the single off the foot of Coffey. A walk to Mark DeRosa, and now 6 straight balls, and it's 2-0 on Yadier Molina. Outfield is straight away for Molina. Here's a 2-0.
Molina is tied with Kuzminoff for the most double plays, ground into double plays in the National League, 25.
He was swinging away after 6 straight balls, figuring to get a pitch to hit. It's now 2 balls and 1 strike. Three and 1.
Last batter you're going to face, and Stetter will come in and face Ankiel, but how many of Coffey's runners will still be out there.
Molina, good rip. 3-2.
It's 5 straight fastballs he's throwing Molina.
Coffey, another one of those guys that's come back from Tommy John surgery. He had that early in his career in 2000. And that was when he was with the Reds. Initially made his major league debut in 05. So with a full count, you see what Molina's done. 345 and the league average at 235. Big pitch right here. 3-2. And Yachty hits it softly to the second baseman, and there's your double play. Coffey missed it, and it turns into a double play. A run scores. Holliday, and that gets the Cardinals on the board. It's 3-1. And let's go pitch by pitch, presented by Chevrolet.
Pretty much looking for the ground ball. He throws the ball down the zone. Misses with second fastball. There's a little wrinkle on one. Then another fastball. And then he hits this one back. Not initially that Coffey got a little piece of it, but he did not. But it resulted in a double play. Holliday does score, and Stetter will be coming in to face Ankiel.
We step aside. The lefty trots in from the pen. Cardinals on the board. It's 3-1.
Grab the wheel and discover. Why Lincoln? Why now? Choose from a full line of Lincoln vehicles with the latest in luxury and technology, including Sync, powered by Microsoft, which Lexus, Cadillac, and BMW don't offer at any price. Come in now for 0% financing plus up to $1,500 cash back on Lincoln MKS. Visit your Lincoln Mercury dealer or Lincoln.com for details.
Domino's new bread bowl pasta with a free chocolate lava crunch cake is big news. But who gets the credit? Our chefs or accountants?
We bake pasta in a warm seasoned bread bowl.
Well, we came up with a price starting at $5.99.
We put chocolate lava in a cake.
Did I mention we made it free?
Chocolate lava.
Wait, I got one. It's free.
In the cake.
And we made it free.
Stick that in your oven.
Domino's new bread bowl pasta with a free chocolate lava crunch cake. A culinary miracle, a mathematical phenomenon.
What's your idea of financial security?
Financial security. Just protecting the roof over my head.
No matter where you're starting from, Country Financial can help you achieve it.
Retiring when I want to.
Your Country Financial representative can provide you with a tangible plan to protect what you have and plan for the future.
Some kind of safety net for my family.
At Country Financial, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security?
Tying run at the plate. Rick Ankiel, the hitter, due up, but Tony La Russa with Stetter coming in will now counter with Troy Gloss and pinch hit with the backup third baseman. So Gloss will now be your pinch hitter for Rick Ankiel. Numbers on Stetter: 64th appearance, and opponents hitting just .201. And Troy made a dazzling play at third base in yesterday's game with that backhanded stab to take a hit in an RBI way.
And tough play right over the bag. And right now, the fact that he has started 3 games is going to help him in this pinch hit appearance. Got the run out there.
These are certainly spots that Tony La Russa takes notice with. We'll see how Gloss reacts to this role. Now you have John Smoltz on deck. Pitch around Gloss here, and then Tony has to make a move.
Well, Tony has prepared for that situation. Hawksworth has been up just almost the whole inning. I believe it's Hawksworth out there.
No, it's Loesch.
Well, they were saying that he could be used in the bullpen today. He's going to make the start on Saturday. And falling behind 3-0. Kyle's very close to coming into this ball game.
And you would assume that Loesch would work out of the bullpen in postseason play.
Yes. trust me, you get to postseason play, you just want to be on the roster.
Yeah.
And you want to be involved, but you aren't going to care a whole lot whether it's in the rotation or not, especially when you have 2 Cy Young candidates and Piñeiro's been on quite a roll. It's hard to argue with those 3.
A 3-1 pitch and a walk to Gloss. So the Cardinals pull back John Smoltz. And we'll see a pinch hitter as Khalil Green pops out of the dugout. That'll be it for John, as he'll give the Cardinals 5 innings tonight. And 6 hits allowed as he strikes out 7. And he got better as the game was going on. He struck out 4 in the final 2 innings. So Khalil Green off the bench.
John has struck out 28 and walked only 1.
And Green looks at a ball inside.
Now, to me, Stetter is one of those guys very effective against left-handers, but right-handers get a pretty good look at where that release point is.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. A sarcastic cheer from the crowd. 1 ball, 1 strike. Khalil Green had a big pinch hit home run. Most recent homestand. Can he do it again? And Green hits it into center. Patterson there, and the Cardinals strand 2. 3-1 midway through 6.
Sevens, a casino queen. The party's coming. Dance, drink, dine. Sevens, make this your lucky night.
Americans are always finding ways to be more responsible. And so is BMW. It's called Efficient Dynamics, a commitment to lower emissions while enhancing the thrill of the drive. It's the reason BMW offers the most fuel-efficient luxury fleet in America. And while you'll find responsibility quite exhilarating.
Hurry in to the BMW Greener Days sales event now and lease a 328i for only $349 a month.
Take a look at football on Dish Network and DirecTV. DirecTV says it shows every NFL game every week, but to see these games, it'll cost you an extra $300 every season. Or you can get Dish Network with over 100 of the biggest NFL games, including your local teams, all included in our low everyday price. Now, get over 120 channels for just $24.99 a month for 12 months. Dish Network. Why would you ever pay more for football?
Casino Queen, officially the loosest slots in the country. 4 years in a row and counting.
Get lucky, Casino Queen, home of the loosest slots.
Our Hardy's prime cut of the game is Prince Fielder's home run in the first inning. It's a 2-run shot, second he's ever hit off of John Smoltz. Gave up 2 runs then, and then 3 hits. He only allowed 1 more run, and that was in the second inning. And so Smoltz turns it over to Kyle Loesch, making his first appearance and coming off the disabled list. Most recent time was a groin strain. He will be making the start on Saturday, but this little tune-up getting back in gear. And ground ball over to Albert. Flip over to Loesch covering, and there's 1 out. So Kyle never been on the disabled list prior to this year. Finds himself on it twice. He's appearing for the 19th time. This is his first relief appearance. 5-8 record. Very frustrating season for him, as it's never been an arm issue. It's been the fact that he went on the disabled list with a right forearm strain, but that was, not from a pitching injury. It was being hit by a pitch, aggravated at one time, fielding a ball. strained it again. And as I said, he's been on the disabled list on 2 different occasions. So good to see him back, as he would like to turn his season around and be part of this fun. Prince Fielder makes the first out. This is Casey McGee, who's trying to make a bid for Rookie of the Year, Dan. He has had all 13 of his home runs in about the last 66 games.
Well, Loesch has been around long enough. You wouldn't think it would be that difficult for him to get loose in the bullpen and make that transition. He knows how to get himself ready.
Not at all. It's, you know, it's something he prefers to start, but he understands the situation, and this will help him, you know, for his Saturday start.
2-2 with 1 out after Fielder was retired. Mitchell Boggs talked about that on the pregame show with Pat. He said, well, he just figured out this is where you want to stay in the major leagues, and he will work out of the bullpen.
It's very simple. Do you want to go pitch in the rotation in Memphis, or you want to stay here getting your big league money and big league salary? Especially for a young guy like Boggs, who's probably on a split contract. You get some minor league salary down there and big league salary here.
No doubt. Pat, you have more on Mitchell Boggs.
Yeah, he was pretty open about saying no, he'd be able to figure it out now that he's been up here for a little while. And Tony La Russa talked about it today as well with the beat reporters about if Mitchell Boggs would have any difficulty, if they had any concern. And Tony said no, he and Dave Duncan had talked about, and they thought that would not be a tough transition for him to come out of the bullpen. Mitchell also talked about how excited he is for his former teammates with the Redbirds in Memphis starting the playoffs tomorrow, a 5-game series in Albuquerque. They begin that series tomorrow.
And this pitch is taken up. And Pat, let's also get your thoughts very quickly on Mitchell and his relationship with John Smoltz, because I know you had a chance to ask him about that, and Mitchell being a Georgia native.
Yeah, he lit up about that, and I think there were a lot of guys that were excited, but I think that's one of the guys that Mitchell Boggs grew up kind of idolizing, a lot like Adam Wainwright shared that feeling, but Mitchell much younger, of course, than Adam, and getting the chance to pick his brain, John Smoltz's brain, it was a learning experience for Mitchell Boggs. Also, remember the other day in Pittsburgh, I had Joel Pinheiro on with me live in the pregame show, and he lit up when I asked him about John Smoltz, and he said Smoltz, first thing he did was say, let's go play catch. And it was one of those moments for Joel when he said, I'm playing catch with John Smoltz.
Good stuff, Pat. Thanks. And Loesch has the strikeout, and that sends us to the 7th. 3-1 Milwaukee.
These days, you want to be sure you're getting the best car for your money. And guess what? Toyota has won more Best Car for the Money awards than any other car manufacturer. That's basically the equivalent of a giant blinking arrow saying, yeah, this is what you're looking for. Plus, right now you can get great leases and easy financing on all your favorite Toyota models. Where can you find the best car for your money? Your Toyota dealer.
For the ultimate all-star souvenir, don't miss the 2009 Cardinals All-Star Yearbook with a special salute to all the Cardinals who've starred in the Midsummer Classic. Pick it up at Busch Stadium, area bookstores, stlcardinals.com, or call 314-345-9303.
Agent Olivia Dunham has been to a world beyond the impossible. Next week, she's coming home.
She came out of nowhere. There's something that I have to do, and they save lives.
Whose lives?
Everyone's.
See why critics say Fringe is one hell of a thrill ride. It's a must-watch in the fall.
They said I can ride in the back with the body. Just try to stay out of the medications this time.
Fringe, the season premiere next week on Fox.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. So here we go, top of the 7th, and Milwaukee owns a 3-1 lead. And it's the top of the lineup for the Cardinals against the well-traveled David Weathers. 58th appearance. He has 35 strikeouts and over 51 innings of work, and opponents only hitting 195 against him. So still able to get people out. We saw David Weathers earlier this year with Cincinnati, and now with the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch to Lugo. Popped up and playable. One pitch, one away as McGee makes the catch.
It is amazing how David Weathers always gets these opportunities to face Albert Pujols. You know,
Albert's on deck.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's guaranteed that he has to face him unless you're going to pull another. You know, Brendan Ryan gets on base and then they make another pitching change. They do have a right-hander warming up. I don't think he has enough pitchers on his staff. Ken Maka.
DeFelice and Weathers, Villanueva, Stetter, Coffey, all have been used. And that pitch is taken up. Manny Parra, just 1 inning tonight for Milwaukee. That was it. Neck spasms out and warming up. Big number 50, that's Claudio Vargas. And Brendan on a hop to the second baseman, backhanded in a fine play. That's Counsell. And Brendan, who has a triple tonight and 2 steals, is retired, and here comes Pujols.
I guess there is a due factor here that Weathers is due to get Albert out sometime.
36,172. You see the 3 home runs and the 10 for 19 for Albert Pujols against Weathers. David has 3 little boys, and much of the summer they travel with him.
Homeschooled.
Yeah, and Pujols does it again. Left center, goodbye. Long home run off his bat. And Albert Pujols with 45 home runs cuts the lead to 3-2.
I hope Ken Maka just doesn't have a memory. He just races all those swings and hits against David Weathers. He's a 19-year vet, and David is just a really wonderful guy, and he loves those kids. They're homeschooled. There used to be when he was with Cincinnati with him all the time, but down and in, just drops the bat head. And the 45th home run, 121 RBIs for Albert Pujols.
And here's Holliday and the Cardinals within a run. That's popped foul. So look at Pujols now with 121 driven in and 45 home runs.
You look at Holliday's reaction after that swing. It really didn't look like it was a pitch out over the plate, but he kind of hopped away like he missed his pitch.
1 ball, 1 strike. So things have gotten real interesting here in the top of the 7th.
Spot the Cardinals, get 3 runs down, and
Holliday right center, that'll stay in the ballpark, and it's time to stretch. Patterson puts it away. Pujols puts another one over the fence. 45 home runs.
Introducing Bud Light Lime in cans. The great taste of Bud Light Lime now goes wherever you need it to. Only the superior taste of Bud Light Lime with a refreshing splash of 100% natural lime flavor puts you in the summer state of mind. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. Bud Light Lime.
Hey, Mom, I need some minutes.
I just gave you some at the restaurant.
Yeah, no, I threw them out. They were old, so...
They're rollover minutes. They are as good as new. You know, not everyone gets to keep their unused minutes. And these days, we can't afford to be wasteful. Saving minutes.
Saves money, yeah.
Only AT&T's Family Talk with Rollover saves your family's unused minutes, and saving minutes saves money. For back to school, get the LG Neon for $29.99 after mail-in rebate.
Shelter Insurance has covered a lot of miles and a lot of cars and drivers since 1946. We like knowing we have you covered, so you can just sit back and enjoy the ride. Seek shelter today.
The Redbirds get ready for another Central Division slugfest on the road in a showdown at Miller Park with Ryan Braun and the hometown Milwaukee Brewers. Cards, Brewers in high definition tomorrow afternoon starting at 12:30 on Fox Sports Midwest.
Let's take a look at our Cardinals game recap presented by Infinity. John Smoltz making the start, roughed up early, but then settled in as he struck out 7 in 5 innings. Double play ball that resulted in a run for the Cardinals. And then Albert going deep again. 45th home run. And that cuts the lead to 3-2. J.J. Hardy will lead it off against the Cardinals' new pitcher, Brad Thompson.
I was going to say, Albert, you know, his career high in home runs is 49, and you'd have to believe he's got an excellent chance to eclipse that. Hit 50 for the first time in his career, but if Brad Thompson and the Cardinal bullpen can hold this scoreless, you know, and keep this only 3 runs allowed for the game, the Cardinals will win this one.
Quite a bold prediction there.
That is like the Cardinals' chances. Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike. And Hardy pops 1 foul and out of play. J.J. Hardy has struck out and also singled tonight.
Good work by Loesch. That'll be a good tune-up for him to pitch on Saturday.
1-2 pitch. Popped up right side, and that'll find the seats.
And Loesch felt all along that he understood why they put him on the disabled list. He didn't think it was necessary. These are the numbers for Brad Thompson, 27th appearance. 2 wins, 6 losses. ERA over 5. A valuable guy that he can do so many things. He can be your long man, he can be your spot starter. And right now with Franklin shut down, you know, he's pitching later in a ball game.
2-2 pitch to Hardy. Got him to reach and taps it foul. You know, Hardy has just not looked comfortable when we've seen him here last week and again in this series. And he actually felt that he overworked himself to the point he developed bad habits. He was trying to swing himself out of slumps, never felt comfortable, and in doing so may have swung the bat a little bit too much. 2-2 on the outside corner and a strikeout.
A good start for Brad. Speed pitch out there, just ends on the outside corner. JJ was fooled. He's hit under 150 since his return.
Yeah, the Brewers prior to tonight had scored 2 runs or less in each of the last 4 games. And with runners in scoring position, they were hitting under 100. And we talked so much about Sabathia and Sheets and what those two meant to this team last year. Their offense has not been the same either.
Well, you know, it's plenty of blame to go around when you've fallen off expectations so dramatically. You know, they're 5 games under 500. You know, they were expected to win or at least contend for the Central Division, and as you said, in July they were in first place.
Right.
So don't be just looking at the pitching. The pitching, you know, is probably the major factor, but it's funny how people now say, well, there was no way we could expect this team to win. We didn't go out and get any pitching.
Well, the Cardinals, I believe, on July 1st were 2 games back of Milwaukee, and they start play tonight 15 games in front of the Brewers.
It's a big swing.
2-2.
Phillies win today. The Marlins keep pace as they win. Cubs win, so the Cardinals Cardinals will win. They just don't lose ground. It's been a month, right?
Yeah. Ooh, a little bit low on Mike Rivera. 3-2. I mean, even Tony La Russa was talking about it the other day, how amazing that has been to not lose ground for a month.
Well, I've never heard of it.
Thompson snaps at the baseball, and it's a 1-out walk.
And Corey Hart now will pinch hit. So these fans will appreciate his return.
Emergency appendectomy in San Diego. Went 5 for 10 in a rehab stint, 4 games, including a home run, and now back in the major leagues. He was an all-star last year, you might remember.
People tell me that, really are close to the situation here in Milwaukee. They say, the Braun and Fielder get a lot of attention, but the real unsung hero is Corey Hart. A lot of clutch hits. He was a 2020 guy last year. He had 20 home runs, 23 stolen bases. He was batting .329 his last 22 games before the appendectomy.
And that's taken low. 2 balls and 1 strike. He was the internet vote 2 years ago. And Thompson needs that ground ball here to get the double play. And Hart lifts it into center. He just skipped Schumacher out there. Makes the catch. So there's 2 outs.
The feeling that Corey Patterson, and now Felix Brad, is thankful that John Smoltz is gone.
3 strikeouts.
3 times, 3 of the 7 strikeout victims, and now Tony will go to the bullpen, and Dennis Reyes is warming up, and he'll be coming in.
And so he wants a lefty-lefty matchup here. Thompson gets 2 outs and also walked a man. So Dennis Reyes trots in from the bullpen. 3-2 Milwaukee, bottom of the 7th.
Seven, 19, 36, 52, 4, and the mega ball number is 35. That concludes last night's Mega Millions drawing.
At Auto Tire, all tires are priced on the rim and out the door with free mounting, balancing, valve stems, and more, and our 30-day price and ride guarantee. And now at Auto Tire, buy 3 select Yokohama tires and get the 4th tire free. No catch, no gimmicks, no rebates. Oil changes with free tire rotation are just $24.99. Shop tires, print coupons, and make appointments online at autotire.com. Nobody beats our total price. Nobody beats Auto Tire.
Where's my husband?
I'm sure he'll be here any minute.
I need something.
Everything's going to be okay.
What am I going to do now?
Jimmy John's.
Now that's an impressive delivery.
Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
What'd you have?
Turkey sub, no mayo. What I always get.
So at 2 outs, bottom of the 7th, 3-2 Milwaukee. The Cardinals bring in Dennis Reyes, his 65th appearance. And it'll be Jason Bourgeois as the pinch hitter for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Bourgeois was purchased on August the 12th from Nashville. He had .316 there, a couple home runs, 41 RBIs, 36 stolen bases.
Jason Bourgeois. And strike on the outside corner.
Bourgeois made his major league debut last season, 6 games with the White Sox. Non-roster invitee to spring training.
And that pitch was in the dirt, but Rivera staying put. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Corey Patterson being pinch hit here for. As Ken Maka did want to have that lefty-lefty matchup, and he goes with Bourgeois.
Bourgeois is 0 for 9 on the homestand.
And a swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jim Hayes in the gang getting set for the post-game show coming up. Pat Paris will have your player interview. We'll have a little analysis and breakdown as well. That's up and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's all coming up on the post-game show. Pre-game show tomorrow at 12:30 with Day Baseball.
I don't know about you, partner, but I'm looking forward to going home.
Absolutely. 9-game homestand coming up for the Cardinals as Holliday will camp under this. Makes the catch. And we played 7 here at Miller Park. 3-2 Brewers.
Contact us for your free home inspection. We know St. Louis Pest because we know St. Louis Pest.
Hey St. Louis, which one offers an EPA estimated 33 highway MPG? Toyota Camry, Honda Accord. Guess what? It's neither of these. It's this, Chevy Malibu. That's right, Malibu offers an EPA estimated 33 highway MPG, better than comparable Camry and Accord. And Malibu comes with the best coverage in America. Just look at those numbers. Then check out these numbers. Visit your Mid-America Chevy dealer today and check out the EPA estimated 33 miles per gallon highway 09 Malibu. Shop and compare at stlchevy.com.
Big Ten Network's Big Ten Football 4-Pack. What's the first rule of the 4-Pack? Never talk about the 4-Pack. Tuesday, breakdown game analysis inside and out. Wednesday, sights and sounds, scoop for the Big Ten coaches. Thursday, behind the schemes, insider look at the X's and O's. Friday, Big Ten football and beyond. What's the second rule of the 4-Pack? Never talk about the 4-Pack! Okay, this never happened.
Watch the Football 4-Pack every Tuesday through Friday night at 10 Eastern, only on the Big Ten Network.
Someone's got to turn on the lights, boot the servers, test the coaster. Yeah, someone's got to be first, and they deserve a prize.
Set your alarm. Sausage burritos are just $1.19, only at McDonald's.
Future star right there. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light Lime, the drinkability of Bud Light with the refreshing taste of lime. By Bank of America. Cardinals banking only at Bank of America. And by Ameristar. More casino, more fun. And we have a new pitcher in for the Milwaukee Brewers, as that guy is thinking ahead for about 10 years. And we got one right here in 09 in Claudio Vargas.
Vargas done a nice job since coming over from the Dodgers. He began the season on the disabled list with right elbow tendonitis, missed 79 games with LA. Reinstated on July the 3rd, traded to the Brewers on July 31st, and he's 1-0, 2.95 ERA in 17 appearances with the Brewers.
Al, do you realize that the World Series, and you see the numbers on Vargas, potentially could take you into the first week of November?
Was it 6 or 7, something like that?
I believe so. And
where it could end.
You think about some of the colder cities, New York, even St. Louis at that time. You're not sure what you might get.
Perfect weather.
Well, when you're in postseason baseball that late, it is
perfect. You'd be warm. The crowd would be energized.
And that's hit out of play by Ludwig. As the World Baseball Classic was a part of this season, obviously, so we started just about a week later in the regular season, and we'll finish up the regular season in the first weekend in October. And Milwaukee will be our final opponent in the regular season.
Looking at the schedule earlier in the year, you were really worried about Milwaukee. With the games in St. Louis, the series here, and then the final weekend series in St. Louis. As no one expected the Cardinals to have this commanding lead.
And you looked at this Cubs series and this homestand as maybe being the series of the year too, but the Cubs obviously haven't lived up to their part of the bargain in that regard, as they are now with a win tonight as we speak 11 games out, could be 10.5 if the Cardinals can't come back. Houston is 14 games out. And you have Milwaukee and Cincinnati 18, and Pittsburgh has been officially eliminated at 26.5 games out. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Ryan Ludwig from Vargas. Milwaukee got 2 runs in the first, another in the second. Cardinals with 1 run in the 6th. And a solo home run in the 7th by Pujols, his 45th of the year. John Smoltz, 5 innings, 7 strikeouts. And here comes a 2-2 pitch. And Ludwig just got a piece to stay alive. 2-2.
It's funny, Dan, but I would think John Russell, manager of the Pirates, has more job security than Ken Maka.
I would agree with you. It's a good point. Not much was expected of the Pirates, and their ownership group came out and even said, and front office, that we respect the job he's done because our guys play hard.
Yeah, and even Tony La Russa, after the sweep, or the final game where the Cardinals were beaten by the Pirates, that he went over and talked to John Russell and showed how much respect he had for his ball club because of the way they did play hard.
And Ken Maka, as you've talked about, the expectation so high in Milwaukee, and here they are under 500 in September. 3-2 is the count on Ryan Ludwig. And Ludwig again staying alive as the Cardinals have received 4 walks tonight. There's Willie Randolph there.
Yeah, tied in hits at 6 apiece. Brewers, the 2-run home run by Fielder in the first. Another run in the second, but Cardinal pitching, and as you said, Smoltz really settled down, gave his team a chance to come back, and they have. They're just one run down. And I still say, if the bullpen can shut them down a couple more times, they'll win this game. Cardinals.
3-2 pitch. Ludwig drives it into left, and a late break that gets by the left fielder, and Ludwig on his way to second base. And he'll be in scoring position here in the top of the 8th. A sliding attempt out there. And that's Braun.
Yeah, and then Garrett, who moved from right to center as Hart stays in the game. He's the one that retrieves it. But an ill-advised, slide to try and stop that ball. Sometimes you got to, you appreciate the effort, but sometimes you got to just concede the single. Do not play it into a extra base hit, and it was a good thing that Garrett was backing up, or Ludwig would definitely have a triple, if not circle the bases.
Let's see what they want to do with DeRosa here. Runner at second base. Big gap in the left center. DeRosa has doubled tonight. So it's a double for Ryan Ludwig to start the 8th. If you're Tony La Russa, do you think about the bunt here?
You always think about it, but I would just soon have DeRosa swing away.
He has doubled, he has struck out, and he has walked. There's a tremendous at bat there by Ludwig. Fought off some good pitches to stay in there and picks up the double. was no error on the play there by Ryan Braun.
That's why he only has 2 errors on the season, and in his career playing left field.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to DeRosa. On its way. Molina on deck, and then you'll have Schumacher and Reyes' spot. Count of 2 balls, 1 strike. Those were the kind of swings that DeRosa was telling me he was very concerned about with his wrist, trying to hold up, and if that would further do damage to the wrist.
DeRosa has faced Vargas 9 times. He has 1 hit. It was a double.
The 2-2 pitch.
Blocked by Rivera. 3-2.
This Brewers lineup, 16 innings so far in this series and only 7 base hits. 1 given up by Carpenter, and then the 6 tonight.
And you know, that's the first home run allowed by the Cardinals on this road trip, playing their 5th game.
Time is called.
Trying to get together on what they want to throw in this 3-2 pitch. Step inside should be a fastball.
Up and into DeRosa. Now with Molina, who is a good bunter, you would probably think about doing it here for a couple of reasons: the sacrifice and also the potential of grounding into a double play.
That's what he did last time. The Cardinals had the bases loaded. He grounded a ball, resulted in a double play, and they got their first run.
The problem is here is that with Molina running, the Brewers can try to keep Ludwig as close as they can to second base. We've seen this before. The bunt has to be very good. If not, you can get the lead runner and still get Molina at first.
Well, they're playing for the bunt, and now Kendall's going to come down and talk. They're also in the back of their minds, they're thinking about what happened on Sunday, you know, with the triple play. It doesn't look like, if the bunt is on, it doesn't look like Molina's very anxious to execute it.
If you're Tony, though, and you see Fielder well off the line and playing in, as well as Molina goes to right field, initially show bunt and then let him hit it to right.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that, you know, he may take 1 pitch bunt just to try and help sell it, and if they do, gets it down. If not, you know, put the hit on. Throw pitches like that may not matter. It may change with every pitch. And now Crisbazio, the pitching coach, out to talk again.
Oh, you sound frustrated. Bazio out to visit with 1 ball and no strikes on Yadier Molina.
You know, you got to get the ball down. You got runners at first and second. You're trying to protect a 1-run lead. Nobody out. You know, it was all Billy Castro's fault. 17 years in the bullpen. His first year he gets the pitching coach job and gets fired, you know, halfway through the season, a little bit more. Molina's 1 for 6 off of Vargas. Showing bunt, but it could always pull it back.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Now, Yachty has a word with the home plate umpire.
He thought that was high, I'm sure.
I think so.
So Jose Oquendo flashing those signs. Runners are going, and they'll avoid the double play here as Molina puts it in play. Over to Fielder. Looked to be a little hit and run there as he just threw the bat at it.
Yeah, and you know that's one thing you can do with Yachty. It's the only thing a little surprising is Vargas, does he have enough command to warrant this? He kind of throws the bat at it. Counsell was able to recover. He checks the runners. Couldn't do anything about them because they were started. And there you see the ball's down. And Yachty, we've seen him do that several times, picking up base hits, but usually always making contact. Good as a button.
So they will intentionally walk Schumacher here and load up the bases. Colby Rasmus has grabbed a bat. He's moved to the on deck circle, and this will give them time as well to get their other lefty, which is Narveson, loose. Narveson pitched yesterday, but he wasn't up and throwing until about 30 seconds ago.
The mindset of a reliever, and of course Narveson hasn't, hadn't had a lot of experience in the bullpen, but he should have enough to be able to follow along the game and know that there's a possibility even before you're called upon. And you've got enough time to where you're going to get a few tosses down there. You still got 8. And in your mind, you got to know that if you had to just go from the mound, the bullpen mound, without tossing and get there, you can mentally pronounce yourself ready. But they still can stall a little bit. But Maka now looks a little frustrated that he didn't get him up in time. And watching Narveson, he doesn't look like he's in any great hurry.
And so here is Rasmus. And he will face the righty. Tony La Russa has LaRue. If Narveson would come in and pitch, it's the only righty he has left on his bench. And that's a ball. So bases loaded here for the Cardinals, only 1 out.
Well, one thing in normal situation, you with the bases loaded and you got Rasmus up there with his good speed, you take your chances. But remember, he is dealing with a foot problem that's keeping him out of the lineup, so he may not have his full speed.
This isn't a situation where it should have been surprising that Tony had Colby Rasmus as a pinch hitter. That's all he's got left. He's got Thurston from the left side. And then on the bench, he's already used Green and Gloss. And the potential is there to use his backup catcher, which he doesn't like to do, LaRue. So could have had Narveson up and ready. And now he continues to throw. Here's a 1-1 pitch to Colby. My point being that this is a situation that if you're thinking ahead a little bit, you're on that play. It shouldn't sneak up on you.
There's no reason. And even if it escapes your mind, you've got a bench coach and a pitching coach sitting there next to you to kind of remind you.
Here's a 2-1. And Colby hits it the other way, slicing and foul. 2-2.
Now it looks like Narveson is sat down and a right-hander is up.
The other point of that too is he continued to throw, and yet you have Lugo coming up, Brendan Ryan, Pujols, Holliday, so it's guys on the right side. You wouldn't think you want Narveson to face that group.
And still, as you see, 52, that's Smith. You still have enough time that if you wanted to make a pitching change now, you still could. Narveson should be ready.
2-2. Here it comes. Rasmus down the right field line and just foul. That would have potentially cleared the bases.
Watch Kobe run. He looks like he's fine. You know, maybe bothering him, but game ready. Look at Maka is. He's having a nightmare. Wish I would have got the lefty up earlier.
2-2.
Better prepare myself for what I'm going to tell the media. Oxworth and McClellan are throwing.
Another 2-2 pitch to Colby. Jammed him, popped up, but out of play.
Foul ball to left, foul ball to right, one right back behind the plate. Starting to lock in.
Two.
Good cut.
Right-hander Vargas trying to go in on Colby Rasmus these last 2 pitches.
Rasmus is 3 for 14 as a pinch hitter.
The 2-2.
Waiting for that breaking ball, but Kobe didn't offer and runs the count full. It's only 1 out. You know it can't be a familiar situation with Kobe pinch hitting. This is his 15th pinch hit this year, but probably very few in his minor league days.
Outfield straightaway for Rasmus. Bases loaded and a 3-2 delivery. Here it comes. And Colby is swing and a miss. Two outs and up to Lugo.
Get a fastball count and gets it out away from him. Couldn't catch up to it. And it's up to Lugo. Ken Maka, right after a strikeout, signaled to his catcher to go out and talk to him about Lugo, and it looked like he was trying to tell him to go up. Pitch him up. Not a lot of power to try and get him hit it in the air, and hopefully an outfielder underneath it.
And Lugo's been swinging early in the count. Here tonight, he's the Cardinal leadoff man. Does have a base hit. That was the first hit of the game. He has struck out and popped out twice. And that pitch is taken up. Now, don't forget, the Cardinals, well, the Brewers still have to get through the part of this lineup no matter what.
That's it, you know, and of course you get closer to Hoffman. All-time saves leader, who did pick up a save, number 30 in St. Louis last week. In the 14th year he's got at least 30 saves.
2-0, nowhere close.
They wouldn't tie this game on a bases loaded walk, would they?
Then both these managers would be worried about how deep their bullpens are. They've used a bunch on both sides.
Well, I think got to say the Cardinals, I think, are a little better shape.
Oh yeah. And here's a 2-0 pitch to Lugo. Popped up and out of play behind home plate. 2 balls and 1 strike.
We've got a base hit to start this game. Strike out, pop up to the catcher, and a pop up to third base. Last 2 in foul territory. So another reason why they're trying to elevate the ball and get him to pop it up.
Bases loaded and a 2-1 pitch to Julio Lugo. Two and 2.
Crowd getting pretty excited, aren't they?
Two pitch. His right hand raised, didn't it? And then he never made the call.
Now Maka is yelling to no avail.
So runners off for this pitch. 3-2 with 2 outs, bases loaded.
That guy's got to take that pitch. But sets up this one on 3-2, 2 outs. The merry-go-round will be going. But now a base hit. Not only will tie the score, but there's a great opportunity that will get this go-ahead run in for the Cardinals.
Here it comes to Lugo. We'll do it again. Larry Vanover, the home plate umpires, heard it from both sides tonight.
Fair and balanced. I should just say balanced. Yeah.
Lugo, little chopper left side. The Brewers will get out of the jam. Cardinals strand, the bases loaded. 3-2 Milwaukee.
With the economy being the way that it is, we need all the help we can get.
Steak and Shake is great. You can afford it.
It totally fits the budget.
You don't have to worry about breaking bank.
The food's easy on the pocketbook.
And it's filling me up. I mean, look at me.
You have a pocketbook? Pocketbook, checkbook.
4 meals under $4. Half-price happy hour. Kids eat free on the weekends. That's value you'll want to devour.
Do you have a purse? I don't have a purse. Do you have a purse? No, I don't have a purse. I have a wallet.
Steak and Shake. Life needs flavor.
Major League Soccer is coming right at you on FSC. The top teams. The biggest matches. And the best coverage all season long.
Oh, he struck! And he's pulled one back!
This is why we watch Major League Soccer all season long on FSC.
You're involved in this.
It's not true.
You're lying. I can see it in your face.
Brewers have drawn over 2.6 million fans to date, over 36,000 this evening for Game 2 of their 3-game series here with the Cardinals. Blake Hawksworth into the ball game in his 23rd appearance, and certainly he has made a name for himself this year, Al, and who knows what could happen in 2010.
It gives you another option as somebody you consider coming out of the bullpen, going to the rotation. And he's pitched well in this role too, so I think he's pitched well enough to where he's penciled in on their roster next season. Hawksworth earned his 3rd hold on the 27th against Houston, stranding his runner at 3rd base. The 2nd time around, he has just been a much different pitcher and acts like he belongs here and wants to stay here, as he's really won. I think in his mind he's completely healthy.
And counts on the first pitch, hits it in the air down the left field line, but foul. The Cardinals waste a golden opportunity. Boy, oh boy. They had bases loaded, Rasmus up, only 1 out. Vargas struck him out, and then Lugo grounds out on the 3-2 pitch.
Like you say, the Cardinals will have Albert Pujols bat in the 9th inning. So keep it just 1 run down, and Albert and company have a chance to send this to extra innings or win it in regulation.
1-1 the count. Trevor Hoffman starting to throw now in their bullpen.
Yep.
He and Dennis Eckersley, you think about longevity and how well they pitched in their careers, and Trevor's still going. And no reason to think that he wouldn't come back next year.
Hey, he only signed a 1-year contract with Milwaukee, and it's worked out very well for both parties. An all-time saves leader, and he'd love to push it into another 500 saves.
2-2 pitch. Counsell slowly hit to second, and Craig Counsell retired. Lugo was actually waiting for that to come to him, and then he realized he had to charge it to make the play, so that's the first out. Ryan Braun will be the hitter.
Sorry, I meant 600 saves for. He's 16 away from 600.
He's coming back.
And he should, the way he's pitched. Got a 1.67 ERA.
Why not?
30 saves, 1-1 record. Opponents already batting 206 off him. They'll have a fight this time around, who to sign with.
We saw there in the last 14 games, Cardinals have kept Braun in check. Do you think the fact that they've seen him so much and start to develop a little bit more of a book on him, that's one of the reasons why the Cardinals have had better success?
And I'm sure it comes along with it. You start paying a lot closer attention, and his numbers will get you that attention. Career against St. Louis, 365, 10 home runs, 26 RBIs, but a lot of that came the first 2 years.
1-1 the count. Braun with 28 home runs this year. And that's to Pujols, who leaps to get it, leads Hawksworth for the outs.
Pretty athletic play there by Hawksworth, and Pujols jumps up, has a snow cone, gets it, and then watch Hawksworth as the high chopper, snow cone. He feeds his pitcher, reaching up and stepping on the bag as he comes down with the ball. That's pretty tough to do, and Hawksworth does a good job with it.
So 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th, and Prince Fielder.
Still say that if they do not score any more runs, the Cardinals will win this game.
That means doing it against Hoffman, Al.
Yes, doing it against Hoffman, doing it in the 9th. I'm not afraid, Dan.
You are not afraid. You are a bold predictor. That's.
I've been right a few times, and I've been wrong many a time. But
we shall see. Well, the Cardinals have the shift on DeRosa. Basically, it's shortstop. Lugo in the outfield grass for Fielder.
Pitching down and away. Remember, he got the base hit off of Smoltz in the third inning as he shot one to left field.
I wonder how most of the Cardinal pitchers feel about this. Of course, they wouldn't come out and say, oh, I don't like the shift, but I would assume for some it's probably not a real comfortable feeling when you don't have your normal help on the shortstop side of the bag. And I think it might bother some as fielder is walked.
Yeah, and I think in that case right there, they're saying, look, you know, we've got enough of a task having to come from behind, 1 run down. Don't make a careless pitch and give Fielder a cheap home run, because they had the shift on and then they were pitching him away.
Casey McGee is 0 for 3. 9 RBIs in the last series at Busch Stadium against the Cardinals.
Hawksworth keeps the ball down there. It's really good movement with his sinker. He's got pretty good life. You know, said 92 on our gun. The stadium gun said 95. He's got a very good changeup also.
Well, you talk to some of the players that played with Hawksworth in the minor leagues, and they say, as you mentioned earlier, he's finally healthy. And they felt about 2 or 3 seasons ago he was on the cusp of being one of the better pitchers for the Cardinals in the organization, and then he got hurt. They say he's got nasty stuff when he's right. On the outside corner, paintable. 1-2.
That's it. You know, when he keeps the ball, you know, down, he's spotting it much more effectively. If they hit it, they pound it on the ground. Slider seems like it's still a work in progress, but he's got a good feel for his changeup.
And that's the same pitch, but doesn't get the call.
Fastball away.
2-2 to McGee. Up and in. Watch out.
He tried to overthrow that one a bit. He's registered 95, but nowhere near where the pitch was called. And runs the count full. Big lead by Prince Fielder.
There he goes, and that's a walk. So back-to-back walks. Runners at first and second with 2 outs.
Do a slider. And Molina out to talk to him.
And Jody Garrett will be the hitter for Milwaukee. A strike.
Big differential. Our gun said 91 and their stadium got 96. That looked like it had good life on it down in the zone for the get ahead in the count.
Here it is, fly to center. He struck out looking his last time up and singled to right back in the second. And a ground ball hit to the second baseman, Lugo. To Albert. And here we go. It'll be Brendan Ryan, Albert Pujols, and Matt Holliday. Cardinals trail by a run heading to the ninth.
You can spike one. You can ride one. You can catch one. But it's still not summer until you open one. Bud Light Lime. Superior drinkability. Ultimate refreshment. A splash of 100% natural lime flavor. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. Bud Light Lime.
Pepper and some choice.
Welcome to Chili's.
Try Chili's Triple Dipper Dinner. Choose your 3 dippable favorites, like our Chicken Crisper Bites, Big Mouth Bites, and classic Southwestern Egg Rolls. 9 craveable options to choose from. Build your perfect meal, only $9.99. Pepper and some Chili's.
What's your savings solution?
I feel like I get a good deal at Schnucks.
They have what I need at a lower price.
This week at Schnucks, you'll find 10 for $10 items throughout the store, like Schnucks regular or no sugar added Junior Pops. Now 10 for $10. The savings continue with cans of Star-Kissed Chunk White Albacore Tuna, now 10 for $10. And 16-ounce packages of Hormel Black Label Bacon are buy one, get one free. Low prices, no sacrifices. At Schnucks, we make it easy.
Have you noticed they're all the same guy?
It would be hard not to.
Enjoying the art?
Yes, very much.
Yeah.
Are you the artist?
I am.
Who is Steve, the doer?
Doer. He's my farmer's insurance agent.
Really?
He gave me the coverage to save my studio. Nina. Hors d'oeuvre, Steve on a stick, salmon skin Steve roll, Steve in a blanket, baklava a la Steve. What are you doing?
Well, the name scared me. Skin, Steve, roll.
In Arnold, called Mike Beiser. In St. Louis, called Bob Mayan.
Familiar theme song for Trevor Hoffman to come into the ballgame and close it out. It's 3-2 Milwaukee. From one Hall of Famer to another, John Smoltz and his thoughts on Trevor.
I saw him up close and personal a lot of all-star games, and my stomach would get queasy as he would only throw 8 or 9 pitches and go out and dominate. It's just amazing how he's refined it down to an art, on how his physical attributes to the game have not changed with his age, and he's still doing it. I think that position he has redefined, as well as a couple other closers, how incredibly gifted they are.
It's John Smoltz and Trevor Hoffman, and Hoffman as a closer has redefined himself a couple of times.
That's right. You know, he signed his professional career as a shortstop, and at one time when he started closing, you know, he had 4 outstanding pitches. But now he's pretty much reduced to a changeup specialist and a changeup off a changeup off a changeup. Great arm action. Looks like a fastball. He's a physical specimen, and you expect that ball to just jump. But this could be a tough at bat for Brendan Ryan, how he jumps at pitches.
And that pitch taken a little bit low. He last pitched on Sunday against San Francisco, an inning, 1 hit and 2 strikeouts. And with those 30 saves, that is tied for 7th in the National League. He's converted his last 11.
The first pitch was a fastball, 86 miles an hour. It's about as hard as he throws. Another fastball. On behind. Usually, you know, he doesn't give up any home runs, doesn't walk a whole lot, and you can't scare him.
He was an all-star for the 7th time this year at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. 2 balls and no strikes.
I mentioned 14 years. He's had 30 or more saves. Look at the 40 saves.
And Brendan hits it to short, hustling down the line for the first out. Pat Paris, what's coming up on the postgame show?
Well, it'll be Jim Hayes and, of course, Rick Horton in studio for U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live. Coming up, they're going to break down start number 4 of John Smoltz tonight. Also, it is Tuesday night. That means Tournament of Champions time, 1982 going against 1942. And we'll go inside the Cardinal clubhouse, bring you Tony La Russa's thoughts as well. It's right after the game, guys. See you then.
All right, 40 saves. He's done it 9 times. 584 saves. And that pitch is outside and low to Pujols. He began this season with 16 straight. And Francisco Cordero, who had 22 in 07 to start the year, only Brewer to have a longer streak. He had 18 scoreless innings also to start the year.
Remember, he started the year on the disabled list. He missed about 17 games, so you would have figured he would have, with their good start, he would have had a whole bunch of saves and opportunities before he did get his first one.
2 balls, no strikes on Albert Pujols, who was homer tonight. That was back in the 7th to cut the lead to 3-2. The 2 home runs hit tonight by 2 guys you would expect home runs to come from, Pujols and Prince Fielder. I'll never forget doing a feature with Jason Isringhausen. It was about 100 degrees in St. Louis, San Diego in town. And we're on the bullpen. It's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And who comes running by? Time and again, Trevor Hoffman. As he keeps himself in tremendous condition.
Albert was 0 for 6. And Albert won't say a word, but you saw him heading to first base as he thought that ball was outside. Did we tell you that Larry Vanover is behind the plate? I'm Tony. I want Albert to have a shot on a 3-1 pitch.
And there's the walk to Pujols. So the tying run is on. And the potential go-ahead run comes to the plate in Holliday, and these two know each other from their days in the National League West.
And Holliday is 2 for 13. A triple was one of those 2 hits off of Hoffman, 154 average. No Cardinal has ever hit a home run off of Trevor Hoffman. Will that change? This would be a good time to do it.
1 out, runner at first. With Matt Holliday and his famous slide for the Rockies to get them into the first round, and it happened against the Padres. Remember that, those 2 teams in game 163.
Those 2 guys both remember it.
The 0-1 pitch to Matt Holliday.
A little more memorable for Holliday than for Hoffman.
Holliday walked back in the first. He popped out to second in the third. Single to right in the 6th, and a fly out to center in the 7th. And Hoffman steps off the mound and rubs up the baseball. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Trevor's thinking double play. The Cardinals are thinking to try to extend this game.
Trevor's 41 years of age now, and his family lived in the block behind us. We had adjoining back fences. We were about two houses down. And my younger brother asked me one time, "You remember Trevor?" And I said, "I don't even remember Glenn." His older brother, who's now a coach for the Dodgers. And
now the 70s were a blur for you. Who are you kidding?
After our story about Tom Walker, yeah, I guess you're right. You remember a guy that was a teammate, let alone somebody that.
Holliday in the air to center field, to the track, to the wall, out of here! Matt Holliday, a 2-run homer, and the Cardinals go on top.
Dan, it's not over yet, but you remember what I told you?
And you were right.
It's not over yet. But Holliday, and he had to earn it by the deepest part of this field, dead center field. As you watch the pitch count, is keeping the ball down, 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 and then he got a breaking ball or off-speed pitch, pattern change up, dead center field. Would it have enough? Holliday knew it. Trevor was hoping it wouldn't.
Wow. The Cardinals lead it 4-3. And now the question becomes, who closes this thing out?
Kyle McClellan. And that's who Tony talked about yesterday, and natural he'll get the shot today.
Foul back by Ludwig. So Matt Holliday, a 2-run homer, his 12th wearing the Cardinal uniform, and now with 41 RBIs.
And playing in his 42nd game. Here's Kyle. Just knew that if the Cardinals hung around and kept this team down, you know, that they would have a shot, especially when you saw who was coming up in the 9th inning. Ludwig has hit .414 this month with a couple home runs and 8 RBIs, and we talked about it before, but unbelievable the run the Cardinals are on, that the Cubs, when they win, they cannot catch ground.
The 1-2 pitch, and that's up and away. Boy, it is quiet now here in Milwaukee. The difference that Matt Holliday has made with this lineup is remarkable. His production and the fact that now you have to treat Pujols differently when he's at the plate. I mean, that's a big difference.
Well, it sure is. You know, I mean, Ludwig did a great job. You know, that many times we don't mean to overlook it, because he does have 87 RBIs and 20 home runs. But remember, after he came back from the hamstring injury, out a couple weeks, he struggled the end of May to a 165 average, 200 in June. And, you know, but he still has had that production. But it just gives you that much deeper of a lineup once Holliday got there, and DeRosa, and we don't mean to slight Lugo too, because he's had he's hit over 300 since he's come to the Cardinals.
And it's up to DeRosa to extend the inning, 2 outs. Looking ahead, it'll be Hardy, Rivera, and Hart due up for Milwaukee in the bottom of the 9th. And DeRosa hits it in the air out to deep right field. Hart is back in with just enough room. Matt Holliday, 12 home runs with the Cardinals. This one to center and a 2-run shot, and the Cardinals lead it 4-3.
So what's the problem?
These are hot. We're shipping them everywhere.
Well, we can't predict our shipping costs.
Dallas, Detroit, different rates.
Well, with us, it's the same flat rate. Same flat rate. Boston, Boise? Same flat rate.
Alabama, Alaska?
With priority mail flat rate boxes from the Postal Service, if it fits, it ships anywhere in the country for a low flat rate.
Dude's good.
Dude's real good.
Dudes. Priority mail flat rate boxes, only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship.
Try the new Subway Big Chipotle Cheesesteak, an updated all-time favorite. Juicy steak layered with zesty Chipotle sauce, melted cheese piled high with only the toppings you love on freshly baked bread, only at Subway. Subway, eat fresh.
I'm Rizzuto.
I'm Woody.
And we're the new morning show on 105.7 The Point.
You know, and one thing that all the greats have in common is that they kill at the basics. The basics when it comes to food at a restaurant. Burgers, pizza, and wings. Hot shots, master at all 3. Burgers, delicious pizza, and scrumptious wings. I said scrumptious.
Woody knows food.
I know food. Look at me. I didn't get this body by accident. Pizza, burgers, wings, it's Hot Shots. 9 area locations.
We're on the radio.
It's our play of the game presented by Budweiser, and a 2-run homer by Matt Holliday against Trevor Hoffman has put the Cardinals on top for the first time, and they lead it 4-3. Off the top of your head, you know, just thinking right now out loud, did you think of any other midseason pickups that have been this good? I mean, this is one of the best
Cesar Cedeno,
the Cardinals have ever had.
Cedeno, I believe, hit over 400, and he came on to the Cardinals in the 80s. Danny Dreesen was a good one, but Holliday and you know, he's got to love his teammates. Kyle McClellan, so he's got the first out.
High throw and out. first.
Got to make it suspenseful. Albert glares at him.
Glares at Brendan. Poor Brendan. I mean, he just all the glares that he takes, but he's had a good year. There's no doubt.
Kyle McClellan trying to pick up his 3rd save of the season, and he had 1 save last season. But you always got to look at the positive side of things, and I just felt like, you know, with Ryan Franklin out, you know, somebody else gets the opportunity to step up, and this is a great opportunity for Kyle to show you that he can handle it. Which you and I both feel and know that he can.
Well, you go back to last year for the Dodgers, Manny Ramirez, and what he made, the impact he made on the Dodgers, and statistically, Matt Holliday is right there. Good breaking ball there from Kyle McClellan.
Kyle has faced Mike Rivera, the birthday boy, 1 time, and he's 1 for 1 off him. So he's appearing for the 57th time, 4-3 record. He has 2 saves and 6 opportunities, but many of those times are just coming in earlier in the game, not a true save situation like here in the 9th inning.
Two-1. Another chance for Brendan Ryan. Take his time here a little bit. Throw is up the line, and Pujols has the tag on Rivera.
Corey Hart, the second. The last chance is, you know,
so there's 2 outs.
Brendan hitting near 300. We say the best defense in the National League, and he always takes a beating.
Here's Corey Hart. Some of the fans on their feet, and that strike 1 from Kyle McClellan. He has got the first 2. What a nice win this would be if the Cardinals can hold on.
I could tell you, when you have a closer, a Hall of Fame closer like Trevor Hoffman, it is very difficult for his teammates to regroup when he has one of his rare failures. I mean, they're just, you know, they just can't believe it, and they're up there trying to play the game and finish it out.
2 strikes on Hart.
But it just shows you that this team is a team of destiny.
The 1-2. Hart just got a piece and another good curveball. And Kyle has his rest, and he feels good. That breaking ball is outstanding.
Well, he has, you know, I mean, he's always talked about a candidate for the rotation because he has so many good quality pitches, you know, plus major league pitches. And here will be that curveball, and you see Molina saying, don't be afraid to bounce it. He hangs it, but it's a line drive out.
And it's caught by DeRosa, and the Cardinals have taken the first 2 in dramatic fashion here in game number 2. As Matt Holliday hits a 2-run homer off of Trevor Hoffman, and the Cardinals win it 4-3. And the Redbirds pick up win number 83. They're now 83-57. The Brewers drop to 66-72. And the Cardinals look for a sweep tomorrow afternoon. The postgame show with Jim Hayes coming up. You'll see a lot of this. Holliday going deep, and the Cardinals win it in game 2.
Think about the people on your phone. Whose number did you get first? Who do you call the most? With My Contacts Backup from US Cellular, they're all stored for you. So no matter what happens to your phone, your numbers stay, just how you imagine them. US Cellular, believe in something better.
Payday. Tax day. Introducing the quarter-pound Little Thick Burger. It's a thick burger, but little. New at Hardee's. What would happen if a thick burger jumped into a cold swimming pool? Shrinkage. Introducing the quarter-pound Little Thick Burger. It's a thick burger, but little. New at Hardee's.
Kia presents the $18,200 Optima versus the $18,200 Camry.
The Optima has an industry-leading warranty. The Camry does not. The Optima has sleek styling. The Camry does not. The Optima comes with complimentary Sirius satellite radio. The Camry does not. The Kia Optima. With features they can't beat at a price they can't match, there's really nothing to compare.
Southwest Bank wants to give you $150. All you have to do is add a few services to any Southwest Bank personal checking account, and you get $150.
I'll take it.
All right. What are you going to do with $150?
Download music and videos and
What kind of music are you going to download?
Hip hop.
Get a $150 cash bonus when you add 3 qualifying services to any Southwest Bank personal checking account, plus free ATM transactions anywhere.
I'm kind of a hip hop guy. I'm in the foyer with my lawyer. I'm in the kitchen.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
Matt Holliday's 2-run shot wins it. The Cards beat the Brewers 4-3. Rick Horton and I are here to break this one down on U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live. Rick, the importance of Matt Holliday, we were reminded again tonight.
It's unbelievable. We were all ready to talk about this game as being a game of missed opportunities. The Cardinals were 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position, but the one that mattered was Holliday's at-bat in the 9th. Cardinals winners yet again.
More from Rick coming up, plus the Cardinals looking to keep the Brewers tucked in for the 2nd straight night at Miller Park with John Smoltz shut down the Brew Crew. Plus, since he's come back to the NL, Bats have had a hard time with Smoltz. We'll tell you why. And we'll take you back to Milwaukee for player reaction and Tony La Russa. Plus, the semifinals of the Cardinals Tournament of Champions gets underway. Happy birthday, Latrell Sprewell. Happy birthday, I said. Cardinals Live is coming up next.
Hey, St. Louis, which one offers an EPA estimated 33 highway MPG? Toyota Camry, Honda Accord. Guess what? It's neither of these. It's this, Chevy Malibu. That's right, Malibu offers an EPA estimated 33 highway MPG, better than comparable Camry and Accord. And Malibu comes with the best coverage in America. Just look at those numbers. Then check out these numbers. Visit your Mid-America Chevy dealer today and check out the EPA estimated 33 miles per gallon highway 09 Malibu. Shop and compare at stlchevy.com.
Finally, good news for people with type 2 diabetes or at risk for diabetes. Introducing new Nutrisystem D, the clinically tested program for losing weight and reducing blood sugar.
Hi, I'm Mike, and I lost 100 pounds on Nutrisystem D. When I was first diagnosed with diabetes, that first step was more like a giant leap, till I discovered Nutrisystem D.
In a clinical study, people on Nutrisystem D lost 16 times more weight and reduced their blood sugar 5 times more than those on a hospital-directed plan. Plus, A1C was reduced 0.9%. Choose from over 140 menu options. There's no counting carbs, calories, or points.
I lost 100 pounds and lowered my blood sugar level. Nutrisystem D changed my life.
Mike is one of many who've lost weight and controlled their diabetes with new Nutrisystem D. Backed by 35 years of research and low glycemic index science, Nutrisystem D works. Satisfaction guarantee to your money back. New Nutrisystem D. Lose weight, live better. Call or click today.
These days, you want to be sure you're getting the best car for your money. And guess what? Toyota has won more Best Car for the Money awards than any other car manufacturer. That's basically the equivalent of a giant blinking arrow saying, yeah, this is what you're looking for. Plus, right now you can get great leases and easy financing on all your favorite Toyota models. Where can you find the best car for your money? Your Toyota dealer.
The Redbirds get ready for another Central Division slugfest on the road in a showdown at Miller Park with Ryan Braun and the hometown Milwaukee Brewers. Cards, Brewers in high definition. Tomorrow afternoon starting at 12:30 on Fox Sports Midwest. Welcome to U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live.
Holliday in the air to center field. To the track, to the wall. Matt Holliday, a 2-run homer, and the Cardinals go on top.
Trevor Hoffman had not surrendered a home run to a Cardinal since '06 when Scott Rowland got him tonight. Top 9, Matt Holliday gets him. 2-run shot, his 12th. As the Cardinal Cards take a 4-3 lead and they win. The magic number now 13. How about that? Hello, everybody, and welcome inside our Fox Sports Midwest studios in St. Louis for the post-game edition of U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live alongside Ricky Horton. I'm Jim Hayes. Coming up, we'll get you back to Milwaukee for player reaction and Tony La Russa's post-game comments. Plus, we'll talk John Smoltz's effect on the Cardinals' rotation and our first Tournament of Champions semifinal as the 1942 Cardinals take on the 1982 Cardinals. Before we get to all that, Rick, your thoughts on what was a great finish for the Redbirds?
Well, one of these games that you look at it and you say this was not very much fun to watch. I mean, not every baseball game is exciting. This one was boring. We had every pitcher that had a pulse pitched in this game, and it really was a slow pace to this game. But all the excitement came late. You know, don't give up on a Cardinal baseball game. Matt Holliday, unbelievable that he came through again in the 9th inning against one of the best closers in the history of the game of baseball.
For the record, he was bored. I was riveted. Don't forget, Cardinal fans, we would like to hear from you.
You're lying.
If you've got a Cardinal question or comment, text us at 432-432. Please include your first name and where you're texting from in your message. Standard text messaging rates do apply. Right now, let's head back to the field at Miller Park. A short time ago, Pat Parris catching up with tonight's hero, Matt Holliday, our Mid-America Chevrolet Dealers Player of the Game. Pat?
Home run, what a time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it was big. You know, Albert did a great job getting on base. You know, I got a good pitch to hit, and the Lord's blessed me with some strength, and I put the barrel on it, and you know, good results.
What is it about this team? Dan and Al were just talking, maybe a team of destiny of sorts, because you guys were very frustrated, certainly, at the plate tonight.
Yeah, you know, we had a lot of chances, and we just couldn't seem to get the big hit. But, you know, we just kept plugging along and trying to get runners out there and hope that, you know, at some point we come up with a big hit. And the pitching, obviously, Smoltz got off to a rocky start, but he held in there and gave us 5, and then our bullpen did a great job even without some of our guys being available. And then McClellan shuts down a really good offense, you know, get a save. And so, you know, we're just hopefully finding ways to win and keep playing, and our pitchers have done a great job.
Must feel pretty good to wear the birds on the bat, because you make it look pretty good.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, it's fun playing with these guys. It's a really good group and a bunch of really good players.
Congratulations. Thanks very much, Matt. All right, that's Matt Holliday. Jim, we'll send it back to you.
All right, guys, time now for a view from the booth. Dan McLaughlin and Al Roboski join us from Milwaukee to put a wrap on this one. And, guys, I think it was Al gets kudos. Al called it. You called this one.
He did call it. He said, hey, if the Cardinals hang around, they're going to have a chance to win this game, and don't give up any more runs. Al, you're right. So what made you think that way with this team and the way that things have been going?
Just the way this team is, and a lot of kudos to Tony La Russa, his staff, and the players that, you know, they could have kind of quit on this ball game. You know, they got the big lead. They kind of know that they're going to go to postseason, but yet they're very greedy. They want to continue to play and play hard, and it paid off. As long as you shut them down with those 3 runs, you felt like this offense was capable of coming from behind. A couple times they didn't come through. The strand of the base was loaded, but ultimately they did against the you know, one of the best all-time, as Ricky said, closers in Trevor Hoffman, but it was pretty dramatic there in the 9th inning.
Yeah, 584 saves in his career, but not meant to be tonight. Let's take a look at the starters so far in the series for the Cardinals. Of course, Monday was the Carpenter gem as he gave up just 1 hit, walked 2, and 10 strikeouts. Tonight, John Smoltz got off to a shaky start, takes a no decision as Blake Hawksworth gets the win tonight. 5 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, but he does strike out 7. And then you look ahead to tomorrow. We'll preview that later in the show. It's Adam Wainwright, but let's get your thoughts on John Smoltz here this evening.
Well, I think what you got to remember is remember he came here, and one of the reasons he selected the Cardinals is because he was a work in progress, that he wanted a couple starts so he could kind of go out there and get his arm strength back and do that. But he's such a pro and such a veteran. He gets behind 3-0 after 2 innings, but then how important was his 3 shutout innings?
Right.
That's where it started making me believe that this game was winnable for the Cardinals if the bullpen continued, and they did an excellent job, and then the hitters did finally come through.
So the magic number reduced once again as we send it back to the studio.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. Smart guy, that Al Roboski. The Cardinals beat the Brewers in Milwaukee tonight. Highlights, bottom of the first, Prince Fielder at the dish with a runner on, and he launches one. John Smoltz put it in his wheelhouse. Milwaukee takes an early 2-0 lead, number 38 for Prince. Smoltz in another jam in the second, 2 on, nobody out. Backup catcher Mike Rivera lines a base hit to left. Jody Garrett scored. Brewers up 3-0.
A lot of hits early against John Smoltz. 5 hits in the first 8 batters, but he seems to turn it around right about then.
Still 3-zip in the 6 bases loaded. Nobody out for Yachty, but he hits into a double play. His 26th double play of the year. Holliday does score, but that's all they get.
Could have been a bigger inning, no doubt about it.
To the 7th, David Weathers on in relief. We flash back to July 3rd. Pujols
This is not
versus
today.
Weathers.
This is not today.
That's why I said flashback.
That's right.
It didn't end well.
I just want to make sure it's
Cincinnati
clear.
For Weathers.
Now, we're going to get to
that
today.
That was a grand slam.
Now,
back
this,
to
in fact,
tonight's action. Thank you for helping me.
Okay,
same matchup, though. Pujols and no doubter off Weathers, who probably has nightmares about Albert. Solo blast makes it 3-2. Number 45 for Albert. 4th career long ball off Weathers. Can't figure the guy out. Top 8. Great opportunity for the Cardinals, bases loaded for Julio Lugo, but Lugo will ground out, and Claudio Vargas gets out of a jam. Brewers used an awful lot of pitchers tonight.
They did. That's after a Rasmus strikeout, too. So Milwaukee had the momentum back on their side going to the 9th.
Not for long. Top 9, 1 aboard from Matt Holliday, who takes Trevor Hoffman for a long drive and gone. A 2-run shot, his 12th as a Cardinal. Been a while since anyone in a Cardinal uniform took Hoffman deep. Cards take a 4-3 lead. Bottom 9, Kyle McClellan closing for Ryan Franklin and gets it done. And the Cardinals win this one by a final 4-3. Hawksworth gets the win. He pitched well, 3-0 on the season. Hoffman has had a great season, but he takes the loss tonight again. The save for Kyle McClellan. Holliday, the hero. Pujols does what he does, taking David Weathers deep.
And you also have to give credit, and Al did, to the zeros that were thrown up after the 2nd inning. 3 of them by John Smoltz, and the rest by the Cardinal relievers. And again, all kinds of Milwaukee Brewers relievers in this game. You wonder what they're going to be like for an afternoon game tomorrow as the Cardinals go for a sweep.
They used 8 pitchers.
They used 8 pitchers.
8 pitchers, and it looked like it was going to work out for them, and probably their best guy out of the bullpen, definitely their best guy out of the bullpen, can't hold down Matt Holliday.
Well, you know, you expect to win when he's out there, but they also messed up. They had a reliever out there ready who you didn't see, who was actually a 9th pitcher, didn't get in the game because they got him up too late. So really an odd way to handle the bullpen today for the Brewers.
Maka, you think didn't quite have his best stuff, right?
Well, I don't think he had his best stuff today. He looked like he was mad at himself because he didn't have Narveson ready to pitch to Colby Rasmus. Now, it worked out, but Rasmus had a pretty good at-bat, almost had a go-ahead hit a couple of times, lined one foul to left, then one to right, before striking out to Vargas in that 8th inning attempted rally.
And the subplot of this one was that the umpiring at home plate was an adventure.
Well, you know it's an adventure. Both sides are mad at you. I mean, they were mad at him all day. You could tell the yelling, but both, you know, Smoltz wasn't happy with him. You know, the pitchers really on both sides, the relievers just didn't understand what the strike zone was. It looked like it changed a couple of times. Like he'd get yelled at on one side, then he'd start calling it, yelled at on the other side. And there were a couple of big pitches in this game. Julio Lugo was struck out, no doubt about it, on a 2-2 pitch, and he almost came through with a big hit on the next pitch, and that would have been very hard for Maka to handle.
Again, the umpiring was a subplot. The headline: Matt Holliday, and let's take a look at his at bat, go pitch by pitch, and see where Holliday is able to get it done.
Well, Hoffman was having trouble. He was missing low. He missed low on Albert, missed low on Ryan. Couldn't get the ball up in the zone. So what happens is you get one up in the zone a little bit, and look what happens. He made the adjustment upward, but maybe it was up a little bit too much. It looked like a breaking ball that just hung, spun a bit, and Holliday, you know, he's really shown he could be a pretty good low ball hitter. And when he hits the ball to center field, the ball carries. He looks like he hits a lot of backspin on it. He actually finishes his swing. You know, the guys that you play golf with that hit the ball a long way, he really generates power to center.
It is the extension that Matt Holliday gets almost on every pitch. You don't see him get jammed. He's able to extend. I don't know how he does it, but I think that's obviously where the power comes
Finish your swing, and that's what he does. And he's got the power. He gets his arms extended. Hitters like to talk about that, being able to get your arms extended so you can finish your swing. But the power to center field is really a difference maker, because if a pitcher tries to pitch you away, that doesn't necessarily mean he can keep you in the ballpark. And Matt Holliday was not kept in the ballpark in the 9th inning.
John Smoltz pitched well today, did not get the decision. We're going to look at John Smoltz's day. A lot of good there, says Rick Horton. We'll break it down when we come back from break. You're watching Cardinals Live.
share. That's why only U.S. Cellular has free incoming calls, texts, and pics. U.S. Cellular. Believe in something better.
Whoa, welcome to Taco Bell.
$1.99? 2 half-pounders, please.
To be honest, Mr. Holyfield, even someone your size only needs one.
Yeah, but I'm taking my mama to lunch.
Just one and you're done. Taco Bell's new $1.99 half-pounders. Whoa, featuring the new Nacho Crunch Burrito. For just $1.99, you get double the seasoned beef and all the good stuff. Think outside the bun.
At Dan Brown, almost every new Chevy comes with zero financing, some for 72 months. On a 29-mile-per-gallon Impala, that saves $7,500 in financing alone. Some models save up to $13,000. 37-mile-per-gallon Cobalt, just $193 a month. New 30-mile-per-gallon Malibu, $292 a month. Silverado, $243 a month, all with no money down. And new Camaros and Equinoxes are arriving daily. That's a Don Brown deal at the entrance to the hill and DonBrownChevrolet.com.
7, 19, 36, 52, 4, and the mega ball number is 35. That concludes last night's Mega Millions drawing.
The Redbirds get ready for another Central Division slugfest on the road in a showdown at Miller Park with Ryan Braun and the hometown Milwaukee Brewers. Cards, Brewers in high definition. Tomorrow afternoon starting at 12:30 on Fox Sports Midwest. U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live is brought to you by U.S. Cellular. Believe in something better. And by Helitech. If your basement or crawl space leaks when it rains, heal your home with Helitech.
Our Lincoln Mercury starters comparison, well, Parra left the game with back spasms and neck spasms, rather, and John Smoltz worked very well. 5 innings pitched, gave up 6 hits, 3 earned runs. And Rick, when you look at what Smoltz went through, it seemed to me struggled a bit early, but then seemed to find some. He did strike out 7, so he had some pretty good stuff, but it seemed location was a problem in the early going.
Yeah, early on was really a problem for him, but he just totally turned it around in the second inning. And we'll take a look at what he did first inning. And here's where a couple of pitches were left out over the plate. And he had actually pitched really well up to this pitch right here. Brian Braun takes it the other way. He'd gotten him 0-2, jammed him, then he went away from him. And the hits now, 5 out of 6 batters get hits, and they're all pitches where they get their arms extended. Out over the plate, middle away pitches. This one went a long way off the bat of Prince Fielder. But again, 5 out of 6 Brewers hitters get base hits against Smoltz on pitches that are out over the plate. This is a hit by J.J. Hardy that happens in the second inning, the second of 3 hits in that inning. Mike Rivera follows with a base hit. That pitch middle away as well. That drives in run number 3. But at this point, Smoltz gets it figured out. He says, when Corey Patterson comes to the plate, I'm going to make an adjustment, and I'm going to start pitching inside. He throws him a breaking ball. He fouls that one off. That was on the inner half, and then just pounds him with fastballs. In, off the plate, in, and Molina sets up again and strikes him out on a pitch that comes right back over the inside corner and just ties up Patterson. And I think that was the turning point for Smoltz, because it was nothing but zeros after that for John Smoltz. We talk about expectations of what you think a guy at his age is supposed to be able to do. As great a pitcher as he was, you pitch 5 or 6 innings, give up 3 runs. I think that's what we all expected out of him. But the no walks, 7 strikeouts is still a higher level than I think most of us thought he had left in the tank.
He got Patterson in the second, also got him in the 5th. In fact, that's our Don Brown deal of the day. And you look at what Smoltz did against Patterson in this particular at-bat.
Yeah, this is a night that Corey Patterson is certainly not going to want to write in his diary. Boy, I had a good time at the ballpark today. He had 3 strikeouts and 4 at-bats. And here is one where Smoltz dealt on him again. That's a fastball low. There's that pitch in again. It's called for a strike. It isn't always called for a strike, though. It looked pretty good to me, but 2-1's a count. I don't really know. Again, this is the floating strike zone, and Smoltz not happy about it. You saw his reaction, and then a line drive foul, and then Smoltz goes away from him. Corey Patterson is saying, yeah, I really don't think I can hit that guy. But the home plate umpire was really off his game today. And here's here's our jack-in-the-box food for thought.
And it's a look at what Smoltz has done as far as striking people out since joining the Cardinals. NL ranks in parentheses. And what does this tell you about the stuff he has? And what makes him able to pile up the strikeouts as he has?
It's actually hard to explain why he's striking out as many guys as he is. You know, he knows how to strike out people. You know, there is an art to it that goes beyond how hard you're throwing and how nasty your stuff is knowing when to expand the zone and how to expand the zone. And Smoltz certainly knows how to do that. He knows when you got to get 2 strikes on a guy first, I mean, obviously, but then what do you do then? Do you throw one that's just off the plate that looks like a fastball and it's really a slider or a split? And Smoltz knows how to do that. And, you know, he's did that today against a pretty good hitting team, too. A lot of talk early on, well, he's pitching well, but it's the Padres, it's the Nationals.
Nationals can hit.
The Nationals can hit, and so can the Brewers.
And he also got past a little emotion on the mound. He was not happy with Larry Vano.
Well, he had to stand in line, though. That was a long line for that.
Cardinals beat the Brewers 4-3. Matt Holliday, a 2-run homer, puts the Cardinals over the top in this one. Tony La Russa will talk about the Cardinals night, a winning night in Milwaukee. That's next.
The over 2,300 members of Sheet Metal Workers Local 36 are the region's best trained, safest, and most skilled workforce, with cutting-edge apprentice and journeyman programs that assist you every step of your career journey. Sheet Metal Workers Local 36. Integrity, value, flexibility.
This is the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series.
For tickets to the Copart 200, call 866-35-SPEED or visit GatewayRaceway.com.
Moolah Lanes is St. Louis's newest and most exciting entertainment venue. Open until 3 a.m. 7 nights a week, Moolah Lanes has great burgers, fries, a full bar, and surprises you normally don't find at a bowling alley. Moolah Lanes has everything. Go see Jimmy Barton.
Before the first pitch and after the final out, Cardinals baseball starts and ends with Cardinals Live, only on Fox Sports Midwest.
How can a future architect use this broken ruler? How can a future musician use this guitar? Or an artist make the sun shine without colored crayons? When you visit donorschoose.org, you choose what items you want to give. Whether it's rulers, guitars, crayons, or books, your donation allows kids to realize their dreams. Help level the playing field. This is Morgan Freeman. DonorsChoose.org gives you the power to turn kids into students, one classroom at a time.
As a parent, sometimes it's hard to believe your kids listen to a word you say. So when it comes to drugs and alcohol, it can be tempting to say nothing at all. But you actually have tremendous influence. So it's a simple choice. In this hand, how to make your kids more likely to get involved with drugs. In this one, how you can help them stay away from drugs.
U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live is brought to you by Country Financial. What's your idea of financial security? And by Jack in the Box, where you can get anything on the menu any time of day, like a burger for breakfast or French toast sticks at midnight.
Our play of the day brought to you by the Ameristar Casino. Top 9 1-on for Matt Holliday. Get out. 2-run shot off Trevor Hoffman. That's not easy. Gave the Cards a 4-3 lead. And the Cardinals hang on to win it by the final of 4-3. We head back to Milwaukee now, where Tony La Russa met with the media a short time ago. It's brought to you by the Sheet Metal Workers Local 36.
Well, I think Smoltz put 3, and that's all they got. And I think he deserves a lot of credit. I think our bullpen deserves a lot of credit. I think our club, just refused to get down or frustrated. We had opportunities, and they kept shutting us down because they made great pitches, and So I would pass out, the roses, virtually everybody on the roster.
You mentioned not getting frustrated. Is a hit like that magnified when y'all have had so much trouble coming up with a big hit over the course of the game?
Well, isn't the first time we've done that. I mean, you know, problem is you watch one club and you say, hey, they left the guy at third base. If you watch game after game, which a lot of us do, that happens. This is the big leagues. The guys make great pitches. You don't get to run home. And your fans say, man, we don't get the guy home third. Well, you do, but the other guys don't. I mean, they didn't get it home against us. This is the big leagues, and it's tough to handle to center some of those pitches. But what you don't do, if you go about it right, is that you keep turning the page and playing the next inning, and that's one thing we did great tonight. You know, our pitching, you know, John hung in there. In the last 3 innings, he was really dealing. And then, you know, everybody low, so forth and so on. And then even he asked McClellan, who's not really our closer. He comes in there and he goes 1, 2, 3 in the ninth. I mean, there's some humongous clutch stuff going on. So I think you get offended when somebody points out, well, you left the runners, you know, a dozen runners on base. Well, we did a lot of clutch things. This is the big leagues. It's hard.
How many times do you remember winning a game 4-3 when you're 0 for 12 RAS?
You know what? I mean, I don't know, 0 for 12. I'll guarantee you that not only we, but other clubs, you do it. Because, you know, the key stat is there? We had 12 opportunities, you know? So we kept generating. So that I always, you know, it's like half full, half empty. I think that's half full. And I was pleased that we were scuffling to get something going. I mean, we played that hit and run with Yachty. He hits a smash. You know, Consul's a hell of a veteran. He's smart. That should have been first and third, nobody out, and the score tied. So that, you know, so we did a lot of great things. How about Kobe? That bat he had. He just misses this line, misses that line, fouls off pitches, and he chases a half fastball. He had a great at bat. So.
Holliday last week as well against the Brewers. Obviously, that's what you want when they walk out.
Well, what I said, and I meant it because we've all seen it. It's exactly the situation the Brewers have with Braun and Fielder. When you get against those guys in the clutch, who are you going to pick? Whichever one you pick, you're in trouble. So, you know, we're one of the clubs that has that depth, and now you put Ludwig in there, you know. But when you have that kind of protection for each other, then everybody, that's why you see those two young hitters are having 300 years with big home runs and RBIs, because you can't take one of those guys out of the lineup. You can't do it to us either.
The Cardinals did win. Tony looks a little defensive there, but I guess the media was asking him about being 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position. Rick, I get the feeling with this team, you know, based on what they've done since they've picked up the additional firepower, is they don't worry about any of that because they believe at some point someone's going to come through.
Well, I think if you ask Tony to be direct about the answer, would you rather be 6 for 12 or 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position, I think he would certainly take the former. But I think he was being a little defensive because he didn't want to make it seem as if his club wasn't trying, wasn't working, wasn't pushing. And in some sense, he's given credit to the other team for making pitches. And Vargas did that against Colby. He was pretty good at bat. And there were a couple of cases where the Cardinals really should have gotten more than they got out of those at 0 for 12. Ryan Ludwig hit 2 balls very hard, first inning and his second at bat, that really could have generated some runs. Those were both with the bases loaded.
Is there something to what Tony says? The thing is that we're generating opportunities and generating opportunities. Obviously, that's better than not generating any, but you want to cash in.
Yeah, it's better than being 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position, no doubt. I think they had a lot of opportunities. They finally made one happen.
Kyle McClellan picked up the save tonight. He pitched a scoreless ninth as Ryan Franklin rested. We'll hear from Kyle when we return with more of U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live.
Think about the people on your phone. Whose number did you get first? Who do you call the most? With My Contacts backup from U.S. Cellular, they're all stored for you. So no matter what happens to your phone, your numbers stay, just how you imagine them. U.S. Cellular, believe in something better.
Here we are, bottom of the ninth, 2 outs. Coach Adams is making a call to the bullpen.
Hey, guys. Who do you want me to bring in?
Man, is anyone ready to go yet? Send in Mahoney.
You got it.
Wait a second, he's bringing in Mahoney. This could be a long night. Here comes the pitch, and it's all tied up. Looks like we may be heading into extra innings.
Buffalo Wild Wings, you have to be here.
Bottom of the 15th, popped up. This game won't end.
Finally, good news for people with type 2 diabetes or at risk for diabetes. Introducing new Nutrisystem D, the clinically tested program for losing weight and reducing blood sugar.
Hi, I'm Mike, and I lost 100 pounds on Nutrisystem D. When I was first diagnosed with diabetes, that first step was more like a giant leap, till I discovered Nutrisystem D.
In a clinical study, people on Nutrisystem D lost 16 times more weight and reduced their blood sugar 5 times more than those on a hospital-directed plan. Plus, A1C was reduced 0.9%. Choose from over 140 menu options. There's no counting carbs, calories, or points.
I lost 100 pounds and lowered my blood sugar level. Nutrisystem D changed my life.
Mike is one of many who've lost weight and controlled their diabetes with new Nutrisystem D. Backed by 35 years of research and low glycemic index science, Nutrisystem D works. Satisfaction guarantee to your money back. New Nutrisystem D. Lose weight, live better. Call or click today.
Mizzou football is back at Faroe Field on September 12th with the Tigers taking on the Bowling Green Falcons. And thanks to your video provider, you can watch the game from your living room on pay-per-view for only $29.95. Don't miss a second of the action. Mizzou squares off against Bowling Green, and you'll only be able to see it on pay-per-view. Access the digital program guide or call your local video provider to order the game today. It's Missouri and Bowling Green on September 12th, only on pay-per-view. U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live has been brought to you by U.S. Cellular. Believe in something better.
Our Helitech King of the Hill is Kyle McClellan. Worked as a closer tonight, Rich.
A lot of good job out of the relievers. Really, every one of them was fit to be king, but he was the last man standing, so we'll give him the King of the Hill. 1, 2, 3 inning in the ninth for McClellan.
And Kyle got a chance to talk to some of the assembled media in the clubhouse in Miller Park. Why don't we take a listen?
Never easy to get in the last 3 outs, but you certainly handled it very, very efficiently.
You know, I think pitching the 8th and that, you know, the way I try to go about it is just getting 3 outs, and you don't really, when you go out there, you're not thinking, you know, it's the 9th inning, I'm in to get the save. You just go out and get your 3 outs. So, yeah, I'm glad it went well, and you know, that's the way you draw it up down there warming up.
When you're warming up, Cardinals don't have the lead yet, and so you're probably thinking, though, that maybe something that happened that was similar to that was going to happen.
Yeah, I got up in the 8th, and if we took the lead, I was going to go in. And then in the 9th, actually, I hadn't thrown until he hit it, and once he hit it, I started. So, you know, that's part of being in the bullpen. It's just the up and down of I might go in, I might not, and so things change pretty quick down there.
Changes pretty quick with this team too. Really frustrated all night, and then, you know, one swing.
Yeah, I think that's the feeling in the clubhouse, is that no matter what the score, what inning, you know, we got a chance. And anytime you got to go back through that part of the lineup late in the game, you know you got a real chance. So I think that's why we're so dangerous, and I'm glad it came through today.
Some guys like settling into a specific role, but when Kyle McClellan says I'll do anything, you really believe him.
Well, I think he does mean that. Ryan Franklin obviously with the off day today and probably the next couple of days as well because he's been overworked. Kyle McClellan is a guy that's got the kind of stuff that he can pitch in the 9th inning. He's got a very good curveball. McClellan's issue really all year long has been whether or not he throws enough strikes, gets ahead of enough hitters, but didn't seem to have a problem with that tonight and hasn't really lately. He's been more going right at guys. He has to trust his stuff, I think, more than he does because he's got a very, very good curveball. Maybe not Wainwright Carpenter, but not very far behind.
John Smoltz had a nice game. 5 innings, did give up 6 hits, just 3 earned runs. Smoltz not involved in the decision. Smoltz talking to the media in Milwaukee a little while ago.
Well, it was, you can never tell by the year I'm having. It was one of my better outings, and the results almost cost me again. And nothing was going to be easy following Carp. I'm sure the hitters all thought whoever pitched today was going to be a lot easier to hit. But going into it, you know, I made one bad pitch with 2 outs. And then the second inning, I had first and second with nobody out in a 3-0 game. And history would have flown right back into the way this year's gone. It could have got away from me, but grinded. I've made a lot of really good quality pitches with my fastball and kept us in the game. The bullpen did a great job. And, of course, you know, offensively we got enough that we needed off a great closer.
You have a stretch where they get 5 hits and 6 at-bats, and then you put away 12 of the next 13. I mean, was what you were doing that much different?
Well, I think they had a game plan to sit off speed. They hit a lot of really good pitches. I mean, I shook my head and got really frustrated. They're a really good hitting team, as unfortunately didn't show yesterday because we got a great pitcher that threw a one-hitter, but I established my fastball. I had a better fastball than I've had. I'm making progress. It's hard to not get caught up in numbers and wins and losses, but my job here is to keep making progress to get pitches as nasty as possible. And I feel like today, thankfully we came back and won, but if we'd have lost, I'd feel the same way. And it's been a hard year to explain. I just can't even begin to think of the amount of opportunities that were right there that just didn't go my way. And I'm a battler, and I battled today throughout all the different kind of situations.
Hey John, when you see Patterson, I think in the 5th inning there, 2-2 pitch doesn't go your way, you slap your knees. Is that basically a one-pitch reaction, or is that more?
It was a built-up frustration just from the whole game, you know, from some of the hits they got, from some of the pitches I was making, and I don't get that way often, you know, but I'm out there grinding to try and make sure that I'm on page with what they're trying to do here. And you know, I knew today would be tough just from the back-to-back games that I faced them, and I knew that you know, I had to make some adjustments. And again, the film that I've had has been erased, thankfully, but after giving up that 2-out, 2-run homer, which seems to be the story of this year, I have an affirmation to make the pitch, and it just doesn't go where I want to in that one instance. And then after that, you know, I buckled down.
You said they were sitting off speed. Do you
well, that's
see
the way
that?
it seemed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see that and react to it? I guess what I'm getting at is that changes so much after those couple innings. Do you see that react and start throwing the fastball more, or what?
Well, I was throwing the fastball more, and they were taking it, which makes me feel like they were sitting on off speed, because I made some good off speed pitches where, you know, the butt goes out and the guy's strong enough and great enough to hit it off the wall, and you know, the ball does carry down that. So it's just a scenario of pitching that you try to see certain things and make adjustments, like I've tried to do all year. This just this point I'm able to make better adjustments than I was earlier in the year, and I was limited. So, you know, physically there's times where you struggle. I didn't have my best fastball last game. That's why I threw so many off speed, and then today I had a pretty good fastball. And you know, the book's easy on me. I'm being on the plate, and if you get a pitch to hit, you got to make the most of it, and they have. And I like my chances come big-time situations to make those pitches, but that's what I'm striving for.
Where do you think you position yourself after these 4 starts? I mean, Mo even said before the game that he sees your place on this team a little bit differently now than when you came here, because some stuff has happened, and you know, you've obviously pitched pretty well. But how do you kind of see it yourself?
Well, again, I've been, you know, what I've been told, I'm going to start the rest of the year, and I'm going to keep grinding at that and pitching innings and getting my mechanical stuff down pat so that it's not an issue anymore, and then we'll see what happens. You know, I'm ready for any situation. It's been a really kind of a 3/4 frustrating year. I'm super glad to be here and in this position to right the ship. As I stand here today, I feel as confident about that, but you have to go out and do it. So, you know, I wish next week we were talking about what that's going to mean come playoff time, but we still got some work to do.
John Smoltz has a pretty good reason to be confident. One thing he said that kind of stuck out to me, he said, I've been told I'm going to start the rest of the way. We see Kyle Loesch pitching well, 1 inning out of the bullpen tonight. Does this mean, in your opinion, that we're going to see Smoltz as a postseason starter? Because there's been so much speculation that he's going to be in the bullpen.
There's been a lot of speculation on that subject, and the speculation will now turn on what he means by end of the year. Does he mean October 4th or Sunday, whatever that Sunday is when the Cardinals finish their regular season, then head into the playoffs? Does that become a new year, or does he talk about all the way through the playoffs? My guess is he meant through the end of the regular season schedule, and then, you know, when the playoffs come, that's always a whole new ball game, because you don't really need, I mean, you really only need 3 starters, maybe 4, depending upon what the series is and kind of how your starters line up, and whether the weather is an issue also becomes a factor. So I think Smoltz still has a chance, I would say, of doing some bullpen work in the playoffs, but it looks like, at least from his comments, that he's expecting to be a starter. And I love his competitive comments, too, talking about the adjustments that he makes and the way he knows what he wants to do, but he also is conscious of how they're reacting to him, so he'll know what adjustment he has to make further. And I love that whole little cat and mouse game.
They talked about John Mozeliak kind of assessing where Smoltz was after 4 starts. They asked Smoltz, I'm going to ask you, where is John Smoltz, in your opinion, after 4 starts?
He's further along than I thought he would be. Honestly, I thought if Smoltz came here based on what he was doing in Boston, and what are you thinking if you're Boston right now, by the way? You let Brad Penny go, you let John Smoltz go. Are you that good? Maybe you are. But when Smoltz came here, I thought if he was a 5-inning pitcher, your 5th starter, could give up 3 runs a game, give you a chance to win, and win the games where you got 5 or 6 or 7 runs, then he'd be worth having around, because the Cardinals are really struggling in that 5th spot. But he's pitched way better than that. He's pitched like a 3 or a 4 at least. And again, the strikeouts, the walk-strikeout ratio has just been phenomenal. So he's a step beyond, maybe 5 steps beyond where I thought he would be.
Do you know what time it is? It's U.S. Cellular text time.
Is it really?
Let's take a
I was
text.
wondering what time it was.
Yeah. This is from Mitch in Cedar Falls, Iowa. Milwaukee, we have liftoff. Matt Holliday is a Cardinals hero tonight.
He is the hero tonight, no question. And the bullpen.
Whoa, you got to watch again. There's a lot of heroes.
There's a lot of heroes, but Matt, obviously with the big hit in this game, there's no Cardinals celebration, no victory, even though there was some good work done with the Cardinals bullpen, good work done with Smoltz getting better after the 2nd inning. And Albert, I think he played today. He had a home run. A couple of other guys had a couple of hits. Ludwig had a couple of hits.
You got to play
really
a hard
could have
nine.
had more.
You got to play a hard 9. Yeah, I would say Albert Pujols was one of the Cardinal heroes tonight. Probably not in David Weathers' mind. David has had some bad experiences. We'll look at that next.
The Southwest Bank wants to give you $150.
Awesome, thanks.
You just add a few services to any Southwest Bank personal checking account, get $150.
I like it.
So what are you going to buy with it?
I think I'm going to get an aquarium for my goldfish.
Get a $150 cash bonus when you add 3 qualifying services to any Southwest Bank personal checking account, plus free ATM transactions anywhere.
So if you don't have an aquarium, where are the goldfish now?
No, they have one. I was just going to get them like a bigger,
better one. Well, you're a good fish mom.
Thank you. I think so.
When you have foundation problems, you just want them fixed now, fixed right, and fixed by a firm that will stand behind their work. So I only recommend Helitech. If you have a cracked, sinking, or bowing foundation, call Helitech.
Heal your home with Helitech.
Wow.
The company that I work for is a company that engineers and designs water features, both static and interactive, such as ones that you would find in Las Vegas. I never thought I'd be where I'm at today if I hadn't gone back to ITT Tech. It's a sense of accomplishment. It's a sense of fulfillment.
Well, I think it was a good idea for him to go back to school. Gives us some inspiration.
Nothing in life that's worth having is easy. And it's never too late to start to go to school. It's what's going to open doors for you. Education is what's going to allow you to become what you want to be.
We are educators helping people build a foundation for the rest of their lives. ITT Technical Institute, education for the future. Call 1-800-942-0088 or visit us on the web.
Yeah, I certainly do.
What a rocket by Brad, boys!
Welcome back inside the Bud Light.
And in a shot on Mason made a save. It was hit by Oki in the corner.
They certainly were, John. Thank you.
Our United States Postal Service delivery of the game, Albert Pujols, going deep in the 7th. His 45th, and it came off David Weathers. And look at Albert's numbers against poor David. 4 home runs, batting .550. After he hit that grand slam against him in Cincinnati, I asked David Weathers, hey, can I ask you a question about Albert? Nicest guy in the world, but he said, not interested. It looked like he was having
He should have said that when they said, phone call for you, we want you to warm up to pitch to him. He should have said, not interested.
He's a nice guy. All right, so the Cardinals
great guy.
win this game 4-3. Holliday has the big 2-run home run, the top of the 9th. Blake Hawksworth gets the win. He's now 3-0. McClellan working again for Ryan Franklin, who's resting. Gets his third save. Pujols a home run. And Smoltz was happy with his stuff. You look at the numbers, you know, not a great outing, but you were impressed with what you saw beyond the first couple innings.
It depends on what great, you know, what signifies great. I mean, no, not great, not Carpenter great, and he even alluded to that. He says, I can't be Carpenter. But, you know, no walks and 7 strikeouts in 5 innings, only 6 base runners in 5 innings. I mean, that's really, really good. But the problem is he's having trouble avoiding the pitch that's getting a couple runs across the plate. I think he had that trouble in Boston, and it's reared its head a bit in the last couple of games. He was good against the Brewers the last time, but the hit by McGee made it a 3-run game that game as well. So he just has to avoid that big pitch, the home run, the mistake at the wrong time.
And our Cardinals milestone, an historic day at Busch Stadium, and it happened 11 years ago today. Big Mac with number 62, breaking Roger Maris's 37-year-old record. Of course, McGuire would go on to hit 70 long balls, a record that would be broken just 3 years later by Barry Bonds.
I was there. That was some kind of celebration. I loved it.
Speaking of milestones, we've reached the semifinals in our Cardinals Tournament of Champions. 4 teams remain as we try and figure out who is the greatest Cardinal team of all time. As we take a closer look at the Final 4, and tonight the champion of the Musial bracket, the 1942 Cardinals, take on the champion of the Gibson bracket, the 1982 Cardinals. Ricky, your thoughts on this semifinal?
I believe that the 1942 team is going to beat the 1982 team. The 1942 team, most wins in the history of the Cardinal organization, 106 wins. Billy Southworth, the manager, that team could flat out rake, and I'm not sure the 82 team has enough pitching to get them out. We shall see.
I think the fans agree with you. Here's what the fans had to say. They do. Let's go to the fake videotape. It's a recreation. There we go.
They barely agree with
52% to 48%. So
I like
let's go to the fake videotape. Our first semifinal.
It's real videotape. It's a fake game.
The 1942 Cardinals hosting the 1982 Cardinals with
Go get him, Jack. Don't call me Joaquin.
Scoreless in the 4th. Keith Hernandez lines a single to right. Scores Tommy Hearn 1-0. That 1-0 lead holds until the 8th. Jimmy Brown ties the game with a single that scores Walker Cooper. Murray Dixon comes into pitch the 9th for the 42 squad, greeted by back-to-back homers by Darrell Porter and Willie McGee to make it 3-1.
Willie went the other way. How about that?
That is real videotape. I just looked. The 42 squad gets an RBI double from Stan the Man in the 9th, but they leave 2 on to end the game. 82 takes game 1, 3-2.
Doug Bear, Slippery Bear, he gets the win. Bruce Sutter, he's had a few of those saves before.
Rough one for Murray Dixon.
Yeah.
After only being able to muster 2 runs in game 1, the 42 squad explodes in game 2.
Can't they buy him a dugout?
Tied at 1. In the 3rd, the 42 Cardinals get RBIs in the 2nd from Johnny Hopp, Terry Moore, Enos Slaughter, Whitey Kurowski to go up 5-1. They would add 6 more runs before the game is over, including a Slaughter grand slam.
Was Bob Force pitching for the 42 team or the 82 team?
I'm having a tough time figuring that out. They take game 2, 11-6.
Don't tell him I said that, please.
Force the loser in this one. Johnny Beasley, that's an impressive outing.
Not too shabby. And I guess Force was pitching for the 82 team. And there's your Murray Dixon again. He ends up with a save.
Well, you know, you gotta go out there and compete.
Well, clearly he did. Slaughter and Terry Moore, big names in Cardinal history.
Yeah, we hop into our time machine. We head for Sportsman's Park to Busch Stadium for the middle 3 games. With the series tied at 1 apiece.
Shouldn't it be in color because it's a home game?
No. Yeah, that was Darrell Porter. And if game 2 was not an offensive explosion for the 42 Redbirds, game 3 was for the 82 Cards. They fell behind 2-0 in the 5th because of a Stan 2-run homer. The 85 bats wake up in the 6th to the tune of a bases loaded.
George, silent George.
Lonnie Smith 3-run double. And Whitey's team goes on to win.
I think those sideburns should come back.
8-3. Here it is. And a look at the scoreboard. And this was a win by the 82 Cardinals. Dave LaPointe.
Snacks.
Gets the win.
2/3 of an inning.
How about that? Stan
One of
has
the
been dominant.
funniest guys ever, Dave LaPointe.
Walker Cooper. Walker, I'm a fan of that Walker Cooper. Willie McGee had a big game as well. But we go to game 4 now. After their big win in game 3, 82 jumps out to a 6-2 lead after 2 innings in game 4 on the back of a 2-run George Hendrick double
He won't
and
talk
a
to the
2-run
media
Keith
afterward,
Hernandez
I
single.
understand.
He's a good guy, though. You told me.
I know that. He's great.
Still
Tito
6-2 in the top of the 6th. Walker Cooper and Marty Marion
It's
both
a big swing here. Pitch that
driving
guy in.
runs to cut the lead to 6-4. They're playing hard. 42 team would make it 6-5 in the 7th, but Stan the Man ropes a triple that brings home Enos Slaughter. It would stay 6-5 until the top of the 9th, when here comes that man again. And Stan, the go-ahead 2-run homer off Bruce Sutter to put the 42 squad on top 7-6. Howie Chris comes in and pitches a perfect 9th. 42
A lot
evens
of close
the series.
games. These are 2 very good teams, close games, just what we expected. Kind of series that we have been dreaming about.
In terms of fake series, this is one of the closest I've ever witnessed.
It's unbelievable. I couldn't sleep last night. I heard about this series coming up today.
Can't wait to see what happens in Game 5, the pivotal Game 5. Sees Johnny Beasley and Bob Forsch taking the hill. Both teams getting on the board in the first with solo homers. 42 gets theirs from Enos Slaughter. 82 gets theirs from Darryl Porter. 3-3 now in the 7th. The 42 squad takes a lead behind a Jimmy Brown RBI single.
Don't know Jimmy Brown.
There he is. You see him now?
Yeah, that's left-handed.
Look at that.
How
they
do we
leave
know
the
that
gloves
was
out for
Jimmy
each
Brown?
other out there, I think. But
Whitey's like, you know what? We shouldn't have pitched to Jimmy Brown.
82 tied it. Silent George gets the best of Howie Kurst and sends the game into extras. Willie McGee leads things up bottom of the 10th with
Get up,
a walk-off
baby, get up!
solo homer. 82, a 3-2 series lead as they win this one 5-4. Jeff Lottie gets the win. Howie Christ takes the loss.
You know, that scoreboard thing, that used to be really in back in the day, and now it's kind of cheesy looking.
So what's going to happen now? 82 leads at 3-2. After 82's walk-off win, they had no time to celebrate. They had to hop right back in the time machine, head back to 42 for Game 6, but there was no time travel lag for the 82 World Series champions. After falling behind 1-0 on another Stan the Man solo home run, ties the game in the third one. George Hendrick, there's Stan, let him finish. George knocks in Tommy Herr. This ties the game at 1 apiece. In the 5th, Keith Hernandez ropes a bases clearing double to put the 82 Redbirds up 4-1.
Slide!
And the heat is on.
Now that's exciting.
Yeah, they get 2 more in the 6th. Darryl Porter doubles.
No, it was Celebration that year, not the heat is on. The heat is on was 85.
I didn't write this.
I know that. I'm just correcting your...
Well, the heat is on right there because they popped the champagne as 82 is headed to the final round of the Cardinals.
Glenn Fry had not sung that yet.
Champions. Scoreboard. All right, we're gonna watch. We're gonna see some celebration.
Oh, look at that! Woohoo!
Here's Whitey holding the trophy. Pretty excited. Stuper, the winning pitcher. Max Lanier, the loser.
Stuper, the head coach at Yale, by the way.
Is
Did you know that? Yes, he is.
I didn't know that.
Former Cardinal pitcher, coaching at Yale, coaching all those smart kids.
So
and they probably made this computer program, and this, I'm calling foul here. He probably made.
You think the fix is in?
I think the fix is in. I'm going to investigate.
And the final series box score looks like this. 82 wins it 4-2. Stan the Man had quite a series for himself. So did Slaughter, Cooper. And for 82, Darryl Porter, Lonnie Smith, and Keith Hernandez. The series MVP, Willie McGee. How about that? 345 average. And we take an updated look at the...
I'm wrong again.
Updated bracket. So was I. So were the fans, I think. The 82 Cardinals pull the upset and are the first team to move on to the championship round. Who will they be playing? We'll determine that next week as the 85 Cardinals take on the 2004 Cardinals. 2 of the best teams to never win the World Series, the 1985 Redbirds, losers in 7 games in the Fall Classic, finished the season with a 101-61 record. We all know about this team led by Jack Clark, Tommy Herr, Ozzie Smith, and Willie McGee at the plate, and John Tudor, Joaquin Andujar, Bruce Sutter, and Ricky Horton on the mound. To vote for the 85 team, text CHAMP 1985 to 432-432.
I'm going to repeat what David Weathers said tonight. Just don't make me pitch to Albert Pujols.
Their opponents, the 2004 Cardinals, winners of 105 regular season games, the second most in Cardinals history. Tony La Russa's squad was, of course, led at the plate by the MV3, Albert Pujols, Jim Edmonds, and Scott Rowland, all with remarkable seasons that year. On the mound, you had Carp, Matt Morris, Jeff Suppan, and Jason Isringhausen closing things out. To vote for the 04 Cardinals, text CHAMP 2004 to 432-432, your vote. And the simulation will be revealed next week after the votes are tallied.
I don't think my boys can win another one. We had an upset the last time. I don't think we can beat that.
2004 team
they were
was
very
pretty good. They,
yeah,
just, they ran out of gas.
They unfortunately did not play well at the end. That's it. I mean, they had just an incredible team. They had all kinds of offense, great pitching. Really, just one of the better teams in Cardinal history. I think.
So what happened?
Well, what happened is they had some teams that were a lot hotter at the end than they were, and that's what can happen this October. And I say October, the World Series may be played, and actually will be played in the month of November. So we don't know who Mr. November is going to be.
That's going to be awful cold. So we now go from fake baseball to real baseball. Let's check the NL scoreboard. And Chicago beats Pittsburgh 9-4. Does this mean that? No, the Cubs still just can't gain any ground.
They cannot.
Pretty remarkable. 33 straight days. The Phillies.
Pittsburgh lost again, by the way.
Phillies beat the.
And it was Arnold Palmer bobblehead night. You can't lose.
Is that true?
It is. Would I make that up?
The Phillies.
And the golfer's not supposed to move his head. I got a golfer bobblehead.
Can I give my Phillies note, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Is it a good one?
I think so. Philadelphia becomes 12th team in baseball history to have 4 players with 30 or more home runs. Elsewhere,
that is good.
Florida doubles up on the Mets 4-2. Atlanta gets by Houston 2-1. Cincinnati, 3-1 loser to Colorado. In the 8th, we have the Dodgers leading Arizona 5-4, bottom 7. It's all tied, San Diego and San Francisco. Tim Lincecum, by the way, scratched with back spasms. So you talk about Cy Young, this guy misses a start. Could cost him. It could cost him, Rick.
Well, I mean, the way Carpenter and Wainwright are both throwing, they may both win 19, 20 games. And Lincecum, we'll see if he's out anymore, but, I think it's really between those 3, and I think Carpenter has the edge right now.
The Giants say they expect Lincecum back within a couple of days. All right, best record in the National League. It's been a back-and-forth proposition. Cardinals ahead of the Dodgers by a half game, 3 games back.
Still don't want to play the Phillies. Still don't want to play.
That's the team that scares me the most, too. I'd take the Dodgers out of all of them.
Phillies have left-handed pitching. They have a tough lineup, particularly at their ballpark.
NL Central standings. We show this, but we really don't have to at this juncture because it's remaining 11 and a half.
Doesn't it feel good to show it?
No, it feels good. It feels good.
They don't want to show this in Pittsburgh.
No, they don't. Cards and Brewers wrap up their 3-game set tomorrow afternoon on Fox Sports Midwest. Our coverage gets underway at 12:30 with Toyota Cardinals Live. Then at noon, it's the Redbirds and Brew Crew with Adam Wainwright and our old pal Jeff Suppan on the hill. We're right back here after the game to break it all down on U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live. And join us for a live blog throughout the game on foxsports.com/Midwest. Dan McLaughlin and Al Raboski rejoin us now for a preview of tomorrow's game.
Thanks, guys. It's Adam Wainwright tomorrow afternoon. We're looking forward to this. He'll try to pick up his 18th win, and the Cardinals look to make it a sweep over the Brewers. And Al, on the 6-game road trip, a chance to only lose 1 game. It has been a remarkable run here for the Cardinals.
It sure has. And behind the fine right arm of Adam Wainwright, you like your chances. Also, he has the benefit of the shadows of a day game here. He'll be opposed by Suppan, who really has pitched well against the Cardinals, but it's been a rough season for Suppan, especially pitching in his home ballpark.
So our pregame show will come your way at 12:30 tomorrow. First pitch at 1 o'clock. And Jim, we'll see you then.
Thanks for hanging around, guys. Closer look at tomorrow's starters. Soup has really struggled this season, to say the least, but he has had success against the Cardinals. Been very good. In 8 starts against the Redbirds since becoming a Brewer. Soup 5-1 with a 2.85 ERA. Even though he got the win, his 17th of the year, Wainwright is looking to bounce back after a poor start versus Pittsburgh on Friday, in which his 26-game streak of lasting at least 6 innings came to an end. But Wainwright is confident he'll be back in form for this start.
I've been in games that I've done that before, not many. So it's important to realize what you did wrong and to grow from it. But also I'm not naive enough to think that game cannot be used as a positive. You know, I mean, some really good things happened in that game and not involving me. I mean, our team rebounded from a big inning from the other team and came right back out and put up a crooked number to take the lead again. So it's sometimes like that, or moments like that, are gut checks for the entire team. It kind of tests your character and will as a team. And right there as a team, I think we might even got better right there.
And Wainwright has been bringing the heat on the road this season, brought to you by Taco Bell's new Volcano menu. It's seriously spicy. In 13 road starts this year, Waino 10-1 with a 3.77 ERA. He's actually pitched better at home, but his record wouldn't indicate that.
Well, you've been letting it eat any way you look at it, which of course is his comment. But he didn't really pitch well his last time he was out. And he knows that he's got to make some adjustments and be better than that. His club gave him the victory clearly by what they did offensively to come back and win. But 6 runs in 5 innings is not your typical Wainwright start.
When Wainwright's on, as he has been for the longest time this season, really since early in the season, what is he doing right?
You know, I think it's true of every pitcher. They will tell you it starts with their fastball. And you think about Wainwright, you say, wait a minute, he's got a great curveball, or Carpenter, or Smoltz. But all the pitchers will tell you it starts with the fastball. If they throw the fastball, a good, hard fastball, where they want to, when they want to, it sets everything else up. It's what makes the curveball so good. If you just go out there and throw curveball, 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 they're going to sit back and they're eventually going to hit it, or they're going to take it. But the fastball is what establishes everything. And to me, for Wainwright, that is his key. Fastballs in good location.
Well, the Cardinals get a win tonight. They beat the Brewers 4-3. Matt Holliday had the big hit, a 2-run shot in the top of the 9th. We are back to wrap things up next.
Agent Olivia Dunham has been to a world beyond the impossible. Next week, she's coming home.
She came out of nowhere. There's something that I have to do, and they save lives.
Whose lives?
Everyone's.
See why critics say Fringe is one hell of a thrill ride. It's a must-watch in the fall.
They said I come right in the back with the body.
Just try to stay out of the medications this time.
Fringe, the season premiere next week on Fox.
College football Saturday kicks off with a powerful lineup of games. First, Iowa battles Iowa State in a bitter intra-state rivalry. Then, Houston takes on Heisman hopeful Dez Bryant and Oklahoma State. And in the nightcap, Purdue visits Oregon in a huge Big Ten Pac-10 showdown. It's a full day of action on College Football Saturday this week.
The World Poker Tour presents ClubWPT.com. Join now and take your seat at the Internet's most exclusive poker club, where each month members compete for over $100,000 in cash. Plus, win a chance to play for $1 million. It's the world's premier legal online poker site for only $19.95 a month. Sign up now at ClubWPT.com.
Get ready for Cardinals baseball with Cardinals Live before and after every game on Fox Sports Midwest. Getting you on the field and in the dugout. Plus the latest lineup changes, pitching matchups, and injury reports. Taking you inside the clubhouse for post-game reaction from La Russa and the players. Post-game analysis from our team of former Cards players. Before the game and after the game, Cardinals baseball starts and ends with Cardinals Live. Only on Fox Sports Midwest.
A healthy lifestyle is important for people of all ages. That's why Fox Sports Midwest has joined with the St. Louis Rams to motivate kids to play 60.
The Play 60 program teaches children the benefits of being active and healthy by encouraging them to play and exercise for at least 60 minutes a day.
It also teaches kids the fundamentals of committing to making healthy choices, all while having fun along the way. For more information on how you can play 60, go to stlouisrams.com or NFLrush.com.
Rick, real quick, Kyle Loesch out of the bullpen, a scoreless inning tonight. Where is he?
He actually looked very good in this game. Three outs in a row, one on a strikeout. Loesch perhaps auditioning for a start